Attention, please. Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sir, we'll be hearing from Tracy Marshall this morning.
Yeah.
Sir, I think you're on mute, sir.
Can Miss Marshall be sworn, and then I'll raise a very short matter with you?
Of course.
You'd like to repeat after me.
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, the issue which I wish to raise with you relates to some questions which Mr. Beer asked of Mr. Reid last week in respect of one or more emails going back to 2010 or 2011, which apparently were emails of which this witness will have knowledge. Let me try and put it as neutrally as possible. My understanding, Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Reid did that in order to probe whether Ms. Marshall was an appropriate witness to give evidence on behalf of the post office in respect of what I'll call current policies and practices. And that was why he was raising issues from many years ago. You have made me aware, quite properly, that you intend to ask some questions about events in the period, and I'm deliberately choosing a wide period so that nobody thinks it's confined, between, say, 2010 and 2013 of this witness. And therefore, I have had to consider whether or not it is appropriate that this witness be given a direction about self-incrimination, that direction having been given to a number of witnesses who gave evidence about that period in time. My current view is that notwithstanding that there will be some questions about that period, it is not necessary for me to give that direction to Miss Marshall. But I wanted you to have the opportunity of making any observations about that current view before you start questioning, so to speak. So is there anything you'd like to say about that?
I agree, sir, and nothing further.
Right, fine. Well, then we'll proceed. But I should make it clear, as I hope is obvious to everyone, that in respect of something like a direction against self-incrimination, I keep that under review throughout the whole of the witness's evidence. And so it's open to me to change my mind, so to speak, if I think it appropriate.
Thank you, sir.
You, Mr. Stevens.
Please could you state your full name? Ms Marshall, thank you for attending the inquiry today to give evidence, and thank you for producing a written statement to which I want to turn now. You should have a copy in front of you.
Yes, I do.
Is that dated the 22nd of August 2024?
It is.
Now, before I turn to your signature, I understand there are a few minor changes to make, which I will take you through now, given they're minor in nature. If we could have the statement on the screen, please. And page 4. In paragraph 10A, you are discussing terms that you use throughout the statement, and you will see in the third line from the bottom, you say, save for 114 directly managed branches. I understand that should read 111.
Correct, thank you.
And page 12, please. And if we go down to paragraph 30, please. Here you're talking about amendments to terms of contract between the post office and sub-postmasters. And you say, following the CIJ, which is Common Issues Judgment, Post Office made the decision to amend the template NT terms, referring to network transformation terms.
Yes.
And I understand after that should read and SPSO.
Yes, correct.
And that is an abbreviation, SPSO, for the standard sub-postmaster contract.
That's correct.
If we can please turn to page 47. In paragraph 108, you describe responsibility for various matters. You say, however, any changes to the scope of the postmaster contract would go through SEG and the Post Office Board for approval. I understand after postmaster contract, it should read or associated policies.
Correct, thank you.
And finally, page 60, please. And if we could go right to the bottom of the page, there's a footnote which we may need to zoom into. Given the nature of the correction, I'll just deal with it as the footnote rather than the context. It says reinstatement refers to the period following suspension or post-termination decision on appeal. And then I understand where that word appeal is. The words thereafter should be struck through. And in the place of those words, it should say where the postmaster is reinstated in their role.
Correct, thank you.
Thank you. The statement can come down from the screen. Thank you. Could I ask you please to turn to page 78 of the statement?
Yes.
And below paragraph 199, you should see a signature.
Yes.
Is that your signature?
It is, yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of the statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are, yes.
Thank you, Ms Marshall. That evidence now stands as your evidence in the inquiry. It will be published on the website shortly, the inquiry's website, and for the record, the URN, the unique reference number, is WITN 11610100. Now, Ms Marshall, your witness statement was provided in response to two Rule 9 requests to Post Office as a company itself, rather than addressed directly to you.
That's correct, yes.
And for reasons that I don't need to go into now, you have been put forward as a witness to speak on behalf of Post Office on various matters within your statement.
I have, yes.
You are currently the Retail Engagement Director with Post Office Limited.
Yes, I am.
When did you first join the Post Office?
I joined in 1998, so I've been here for just over 25 years, 26 years.
And what was your role upon joining?
I joined as a graduate trainee initially for 18 months. And then I've progressed through the organisation through a variety of roles.
Well, if we pause there, as a graduate trainee, what sort of work, it's a very, very brief summary, what sort of work did you do?
There were 3 6-month secondments. One of them was working in a directly managed branch. They used to be called Crown branches. One of them was shadowing an area manager. I think they were called retail line managers. And the third role was in head office, a very administrative role within the finance function, just getting knowledge of head office operations.
Could you then summarize, what role did you go into after being a graduate trainee?
So I then went into being a branch manager in one of our Crown branches for just over 2 years.
And what was your next role?
After that, I did a variety of project and programme roles, predominantly for the next 4 or 5 years, I'd say, working on the franchising of our directly managed branches, so converting them from Crown status to being operated by postmasters, working with a number of independent postmasters and larger corporate entities too.
What period of time are we discussing when you were doing that role?
That would be up to 2007.
And whilst you were working with franchising and postmasters, were you working with matters such as appeals or suspensions, anything like that?
No, nothing like that at all. This was simply working with potential applicants to take on new branches and making sure that the transition from the Crown branch being operated by a new postmaster went smoothly. So nothing at all to do with suspensions or investigations.
And then from 2007, what role did you have?
So from 2007, I moved to be the programme office manager for a programme called Network Change. Now, Network Change involved the closure of around 2,500 branches from memory, and the implementation of what we now call outreach services, things like mobile vans across the network. That was a government-funded programme, and I effectively, for the next 3 years, ran a programme office, effectively making sure that we were on track with budgets, that we had reporting in place to our shareholder, and that all the necessary documentation went out to the right postmasters.
So that's 2007 to 2010. Can I just check, you may have been involved with post office closures as part of the programme. At that stage, were you involved in any respect in the termination of sub-postmasters' contracts because of alleged breaches, such as through discrepancies and the like?
No, I was not.
From 2010, what was your role, please?
For the next 2 years, I was Agents Development Manager. I had responsibility in that role working to Kevin Gilliland for postmaster remuneration and our postmaster contracts, which at that time were being updated in preparation for the next change programme, which was network transformation.
Were you involved in, as part of that, termination or suspension of postmasters as a result of alleged discrepancies?
I was not, no.
And then from 2012, what was your next role?
From 2012 through to 2017 or 18, I was involved in the network transformation programme. So this was the programme to ultimately convert post offices to new models, the main model and the local model.
So again, do I take it from that, not involved in termination, suspension, those sorts of matters?
I was not involved, no.
From 2017, please.
2017 to now, more senior leadership roles, responsible for initially some of our network strategy, and then more recently stepping into more of my current accountabilities around postmaster onboarding and postmaster training and some postmaster engagement. Your
roles and responsibilities now, when did you start undertaking those roles?
So for onboarding and training, which you see me talk about in my statement, I've been doing that for about 4 years, I would say. My responsibility for the contract management and deployment team only for the last year.
Thank you. I want to look at a particular period. I think it's when you're agent development manager.
Yes.
2010 to 2012. Did you say you reported to Kevin Gilliland?
I did.
And in what team or department did you sit in that role?
Kevin was, I want to say, Director of Network and Sales. So this was, Kevin had wider accountabilities for the network. He may have had responsibility for some of the field teams. He certainly had a team responsible for the relationship with the National Federation of Postmasters. And he had a team focused on sales capability in our branches, so a fairly wide remit.
Could we please bring up poll 30888956? We see an email on the 5th of December 2010 from John Breeden. It's to Angela van den Bogert. If we just scroll down slightly, please, to see the email that's been forwarded. We see an email from Lynn Hobbs to John Breeden is being forwarded on. If we can go back to the top, please. We see that Mr. Breeden addresses it to Angela van den Bogert, but copies you in. We see you're the second person on the CC line. The subject says follow up to a meeting with the department, with the JFSA, and it attaches some documents regarding that. And I know you've seen this email. I'll come to the contents of it shortly, but firstly, why at this stage would John Breeden copy you into an email like this?
Having read the email trail, I'm not completely sure why I would have been copied in. I don't recall the email. John Breeden, I remember, had the contracts team. He had accountability for the team of contract advisors in the network. From time to time, John or Lynn Norbury, who may have been his boss at the time, would often copy me in on emails for information purposes, but I don't know why I would have been copied in here specifically.
So outside of this specific email, what was your working relationship with John Breeden? Not in terms of how did you get on, what substantively did you work on together?
So because I had accountability for, at this point, postmaster remuneration and the postmaster contracts themselves, sometimes John Breeden would reach out to myself or my team to ask for advice on the content of the contracts, for example, or advice on the structure of remuneration with postmasters.
These issues, those issues you just referred to, don't appear to be raised in this email. Would you?
Agreed.
To what extent at this time were you involved with Post Office's response to allegations that had been raised by Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance?
I don't think I was involved with any of those allegations.
If we go to page 2 of the email, please. This is an email that's extremely well known to the inquiry. It says, my reply to Mike and Rod. It says, I found out this week that Fujitsu can actually put an entry into a branch account remotely. Goes on to say how that was found. And the final sentence, one solution, quickly discounted because of the implications around integrity, was for Fujitsu to remotely enter a value into a branch account to reintroduce the missing loss/gain. So Post Office can't do this, but Fujitsu can. Do you recall whether you read that email at the time?
No, I don't recall reading the email at the time. I was surprised to see it when it was disclosed to me as part of the inquiry. It's not something I would have been involved with, to my recollection, as part of the role that I was in at that time.
Let's move forward a month if we can, please. Poll 202944728. So see, this is an email from you to Kevin Gilliland, who you said earlier was your line manager.
He was, yes.
We see Angela van den Bogard is also an addressee of this email, and Helen Rose is copied in. The subject is Horizon System issues. It refers to conversations you'd had with Andy McLean and Dave Hulbert yesterday. You believe you've made progress with the outstanding questions raised. Does this not show that you were involved with Post Office's response to allegations about the Horizon IT system and its integrity?
No, I don't think it does. And if it would help the inquiry for me just to provide a little bit of context. If that's okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, as I've said, during this time I worked for Kevin Gilliland, when my accountabilities were very specifically on postmaster remuneration and postmaster contracts. Very often, Kevin would ask members of his lead team, of which I was one of them, to go off and find information about other matters that were not relevant to the role that you were doing, to assist him in whatever he was doing in his role. From what I've read of this email, this is clearly to me, and whilst I don't recollect it at the time, it's clear to me that he was asking me to go off and find information out to perhaps prepare him for a meeting that he was going to with Angela shortly afterwards. I don't think I would have known, certainly wouldn't have known the ins and outs of the Horizon system, wouldn't have had any involvement in remote access. So my view of this email is that I have gone off, found information from the subject matter experts, in this case Andy McLean and Dave Hulbert within the IT team, and have relayed that information to Kevin Gilliland.
If we just scroll down slightly, please. You give some commentary on remote access. You say Post Office cannot remotely access systems and make changes to specific stock units, etc. Fujitsu can remotely access systems, and they do this on numerous occasions on a network-wide basis. in order to remedy glitches in the system created as a result of new software upgrades. Technically, Fujitsu could access an individual branch remotely and move money around. However, this has never happened yet. You go on to refer to authority processes that are in place and say if a change were made remotely and to an individual branch, it would be flagged on the business data ledgers and would appear as a mismatch in PMBA in Chesterfield. So although changes can be made remotely, they will be spotted and the person making the change would be identified. In the last email I took you to, which referred to remote access, it referred to it not being used due to integrity concerns, but broadly speaking. Do you know why you didn't refer to the integrity concerns that were raised in that email when you reported to Angela and Kevin in this email?
I don't, and on reflection, I should have joined the dots, and when typing this email to Mr. Gilliland, have noted the previous email, assuming, of course, I read it, and I'm very sorry that I didn't do that in hindsight. But I would, say again, this was an area very much outside of my expertise and comfort zone, and it's very clear to me that I wouldn't have written this without very clear direction from experts on what to say.
So do I take it that your evidence is effectively what you've written down here is what you would have been told by Andy McLean and Dave Hulbert?
Absolutely.
That document can come down. I want to go to a slightly different issue, please. Poll 20119947. This is an undated letter, but we see from the first page that it refers to a appeal hearing on the 7th of December 2010 and then correspondence on 28th of February 2011, which gives us an indication. If we can just turn the page, please, and go towards the bottom, we'll see it was sent by Craig Tuthill. At the time, so early 2011, where did Craig Tuthill sit in the organisation to you?
Craig, I think at this time, whereas I was in a head office function, Craig was in a field role, managing the contract advisors or certainly working very closely with them. He may have worked to Lynn Hobbs at this period of time.
Was there any reporting line to you on that basis?
No, not at all.
Could we turn back to the first page, please? And go down, please. Thank you. It says, throughout the appeal hearing and the written submissions, you have raised doubts about the integrity of the Horizon accounting system and have offered no other reason for the losses incurred. You are adamant that neither you nor any of your staff acted dishonestly. It goes on to say a few lines down, I have also sought and received confirmation from Tracy Marshall, Post Office Limited Agents Development Manager, that Post Office Limited is fully satisfied that the Horizon system and accounting processes around it are robust and fit for purpose. She confirms the system is endorsed by the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters and has been subjected to independently assured testing processes. Information security is accredited to industry standards, and the system is also meets all payment industry standards. I mean, do you recall Mr. Tuthill coming to you about this appeal?
No, not specifically. Again, I saw this in my bundle. I don't remember this specific example. It would have been quite usual for Craig and his team to come to people in the centre, in the head office, if you like, to ask for a view on the business's position. And from time to time, I would, in my role here, have gone off to our communications team to find lines to send back out to the field teams.
So if we actually take you to a different document, it's POL 20119963, please. We see it's in an unusual format, but it appears to be an email from you to Craig Tuthill on the Monday, the 28th of February 2011. You say, Craig, Andy, this is the formal words used in external communications. I would be happy to circulate this to the contracts community if you think that this is fit for purpose. I think your evidence earlier was you would check with the communications team about what the business position was. Is that effectively what this is showing?
I believe so, yes. I think this is an example of when I've been asked a question. I've conferred with our communications team in the head office, and this form of words here would have been standard position lines used in external communications that I've been provided with via the comms team.
Did you have any role in, or did you take any steps to satisfy yourself that what was said there was accurate?
I don't think I would have done, no. I think I was relying on the information being provided to me by more senior leaders within the organisation.
Thank you. That document can come down. Aside from that type of matter there, where an appeal manager is coming to you for a business position on Horizon and you're giving an external communication, during that period of time in 2010 to 2012, were you involved in inputting or assisting appeal managers with making decisions on termination, or indeed contract managers on making decisions on termination of supposed?
No, I was not.
As we said earlier, you've been put forward as a corporate witness. You know that Fujitsu's ability to access branch accounts remotely and post officers' knowledge of that ability is being considered by this inquiry.
I do.
From the emails we looked at, would you accept that you were involved to a certain extent in the distribution of knowledge on remote access within Post Office?
I would accept here that there are emails where I've relayed information to people that concern remote access, a very core issue to the purpose of this inquiry. But I wouldn't say that I was involved or implicit in anything involving remote access.
To whatever extent you were involved, do you think that you're an appropriate person to give evidence on behalf of the Post Office because of that even a limited extent of involvement?
I think I am, and my role, particularly over the last 3 or 4 years, have focused on delivering improvements and changes for postmasters on a number of core areas, including training and onboarding, etc. So I do think I am best placed in the organisation to be able to talk to those improvements and about what the current position is.
Can I ask why the matters we've just discussed now, why were they not referred to in your witness statement?
My witness statement was in response to specific Rule 9 requests, 2 of them, and that is the basis ultimately of my witness statement that I've prepared.
One further point before we move on to matters in your statement, please. Could we have poll 20488, sorry, poll 20448-411. It's a letter that's been seen by the inquiry before to various people, including Sir to you and to Mr. Beer. It's the 28th of May 2024. and it says, "We are writing to you as a group of highly disenfranchised post office employees." Have you read this letter before?
Only when it was provided to me as part of my bundle.
If we can go to the bottom of this page, please. It says at the bottom paragraph, "I'm sure you've been made aware that we have at least 120 employees who have been in long-term roles who have conflicts of interest, i.e. they were operating in roles which to a greater or lesser degree were involved in the wrongful prosecution of SPMs. Reid has known yet refuses to address the latter situation proactively despite being asked to. He reacts only to specific individuals after their names are called out in the public. For instance, Angela van den Bogert mentioned in her statement the role of Tracy Marshall. The latter played a prominent role in 2010/15 in the unlawful convictions of sub-postmasters." Pausing there, what do you have to say to that point?
I think I'm disappointed to see that there are disenfranchised employees in Post Office, firstly, who clearly have concerns about me in my role. I think there are some confusing facts in here that aren't quite right. I've never played a role, any role, in the unlawful convictions of postmasters. Whilst I can't state factually, I suspect that this here is in a direct response clearly to the emails that we've just gone through being shown in Mrs van den Bogaard's evidence in phase 5 or 6. But I'm disappointed that they feel that way about me.
It goes on to say, despite this, just 3 years ago, Marshall was appointed as the Postmaster Engagement Director, much to our dismay, and no wonder the trust results plummeted. However, only within the last week, Reid has removed Marshall from her role and appointed her into another obscure role. When did you change roles as Postmaster Engagement Director?
So I've never been Postmaster Engagement Director. I think they're referring to Retail Engagement Director, which is my current role. Following the email appearing in Mrs van den Bogaard's evidence, I was asked to step back from some of my role. So in late May, early June of this year, I stood down from the Postmaster Engagement element of my role, effectively, which is a very small team of 2 individuals, plus the Postmaster Experience Director, Mark Eldridge. So my role hasn't changed, I've just had some of my responsibilities removed from it. And my role continues to include onboarding, training and the contract management team.
And do you consider yourself to be in an appropriate position to carry out those roles, given your past involvement, which we've discussed?
I think so, yes. I mean, for the last 4 years particularly, my role has been completely focused on trying to do the right thing by postmasters and making changes to our policies, procedures, processes, and listening to postmasters as much as I can and trying to make changes. So I do still feel as though I'm in a very good position to do my role.
Let's look at some of those policies and procedures now. I want to start with the types of contracts that on the basis on which Post Office contracts with postmasters. There was clearly a shift in Post Office's view of what the contract meant following the Common Issues judgment. Could we have, please, page 5, paragraph 15 of your statement on the screen? You refer to the standard sub-postmaster contract, which I think we see in your statement elsewhere as SPSO, is that?
Yes, correct.
And you say it's the oldest contract, first introduced between 1991 and 1994.
Yes, I believe so.
Since that was introduced, is it fair to say the majority of postmasters who originally signed on to that contract have been transferred onto a different network transformation contract?
That's correct.
How many sub-postmasters or postmasters, sorry, remain on the standard sub-postmaster contract?
I don't have the specific figures to hand, I'm afraid, so I can't really comment on that. I think it might be around 1,000, but I couldn't be sure.
Does Post Office issue the standard sub-postmaster contract to any new applicants or new sub-postmasters that it onboards?
Yes, it does from time to time. There are still some branches who are on an SPSO contract who continue to have the ability, if they wanted to sell their branch and premises to a new postmaster on those terms. It doesn't happen that often. I recall a couple of hundred cases that I'm aware of over the last few years, but yes, it does happen.
Can I understand that? Do you mean that a postmaster on the standard sub-postmaster contract will sell the branch to a new sub-postmaster, and then they will still be on the old, when I say the old, on the standard sub-postmaster contract?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, I understand, yeah.
I want to look at what steps Post Office have taken to clarify the written terms to sub-postmasters of the contracts following common issues. Can we turn to page 12, please, paragraph 30? You say, following the common issues judgment, Post Office made the decision to amend the template NT terms, and it should say, and SPSO
It
terms.
should, yes.
Being issued to new postmasters to reflect the court's determination as set out in the contract restatement guide, and to focus on making operational improvements and positive changes to the way it works with postmasters before making widespread changes to its standard contractual terms. And I understand from your evidence what the Post Office did was to send out a contract restatement document to explain the effect of common issues.
Yes, it did.
Can we look at that, please? It's POL 3037518. Is this the document to which you were referring, the contract restatement?
It is, yes.
How was this sent to postmasters in the network?
So from what I can understand, it was sent out to postmasters electronically via a channel known as the One Communications channel. This was a tool used by our communications team quite regularly to send out messages to postmasters. So this was sent electronically.
Why wasn't it sent in hard copy as well?
I honestly do not know. I wasn't involved at the time, but I believe it should have been sent out in hard copy. All I can say is that when we make any changes now to our contract terms, we always make sure that hard copies are sent out to postmasters. First and foremost, so that we have a record that it's been delivered and received by the postmaster via special delivery. I can't comment on why that wasn't the case here, I'm afraid.
In your we don't need to bring it up. In your statement, you say that Post Office did not have a system for ensuring that sub-postmasters had read the contractual restatement guide.
Yes.
Why not?
I don't know, and the business should have done. What should have happened, in my view here, is that this document was sent out in hard copy to every postmaster by special delivery, so that we had a record of it being received first and foremost. And it should have been followed up, in my opinion, with check-ins from our field team members to make sure that those postmasters had understood the terms and had received them. I can't comment on why that didn't happen, I'm afraid.
is there any plan in Post Office at the moment to correct this issue by taking the steps you've just suggested now?
So there are two things that we're doing. First of all, it's making sure that this document here is available for all postmasters to view again. That won't be hard copy for reasons I'll come on to, but it will be made available and is on our branch hub tool. The second thing that we are doing is looking at what we call the contract reform project. So we are underway with making some other changes to our contract, suggested changes.
If I can pause you there, that's changes to a contract. Yeah. I'm interested in what Post Office is doing to explain the contractual terms as they are at the moment. You said in your evidence that there wasn't a plan to issue this in hard copy. Why?
It's a very good question, something I think we need to think again about as a business. All postmasters should have access to this.
Earlier in your evidence, you said previously it should have been sent out in hard copy. Is there any good reason why it's not sent in hard copy now?
No, absolutely none.
Are you in a position to say the Post Office will
I think
at least consider it?
We will absolutely consider, and I think we should make sure that all postmasters have hard copies of this document.
If we look at the what the document says, please, if we go to page 2, it says, it refers to the judgment, the common issues trial, and then says the judgment changes the meaning of the contracts. Do you know who came up with that wording? It changes the meaning of the contract.
I don't, I'm afraid.
Do you agree with that?
I think from what I know of the implied terms that have been added into the contracts, I do think it changes the meaning of the contracts in that it's moved them. It's certainly added more obligations on Post Office, and I think it is a fairer contract, particularly in the areas of losses and shortfalls, for example. I'm not sure if it specifically changes the meaning of the contracts, however.
Well, as you noted there, it says it implies, brackets, adds some new terms to the contracts. Has Post Office ever communicated to sub-postmasters that the terms that were found to be implied into the contract in common issues judgment applied before the judgment was issued and not after it as well? So Post Office was bound by them before the judgment?
I've not seen anything to suggest that, no.
That can come down, thank you. It's been suggested by some postmasters that it's confusing to have a contract and then a separate guide explaining it, such as this. What do you say to that?
I would agree. I think it's very important that every postmaster out there has a contract with those new terms added in to that contract. Again, I can't comment why at the time steps weren't taken to amend the contracts and send new contracts out, and why it was simply done via a contract restatement guide.
That wasn't within your purview?
No, it wasn't, no.
Do you know who made those decisions?
I can't recall who would have been responsible for contract change at that time. Obviously, our legal team would have been very involved with it. It would have, I think, sat within the remit of Julie Thomas, who was one of the operations directors within the business, but I can't be sure.
Just another point on this and on how it was communicated. Can we please look at page 45 of your statement, paragraph 107? subparagraph A, for context, in the main body of the paragraph, you refer to postmaster contracts and the key policies and guidelines relating to contractual liability for postmasters. You then say, you refer to the contract restatement guide. Is that the document we were just referring to on the screen?
It is, yes.
You say this document was published on the One Communication channel on 29th July 2020, which you just said in your evidence. As part of this exercise in responding to the Rule 9 requests, the retail team have been advised that due to an archiving exercise, the document is no longer held on Branch Hub, and the retail team have arranged to reinstate it so that it can be readily accessed by postmasters. Is that document now back on One Communication channel?
It's back on Branch Hub.
Branch Hub,
yes.
sorry. Yes. The Rule 9 request to which this statement was provided, well, there was two, sorry. One was 12th July 2024, one was 2nd July 12th June 2024, one 2nd July 2024. Do you know when it was realised that the document wasn't on Branch Hub?
Not specifically, but it would have been around the time of those Rule 9 requests coming in and in me preparing my witness statement.
When you say as part of it was taken down as part of an archiving exercise, when did that archiving exercise take place?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
Is that something that the Post Office can tell the inquiry in due course?
Quite possibly, yes.
Was there any other document which a postmaster could turn to that explained the effect of common issues other than that contract restatement document?
No other document specifically on that would explain the common issues judgment impact. There are obviously a number of other contractual documents, such as the operations manual, which was updated around that time, but that didn't specifically address CIJ impacts.
Do you know why, as part of an archiving exercise, such an important document was taken down from Branch Hub?
I don't, I'm afraid, no.
Can we look, please, at poll 20448241? This is a standard sub-postmaster contract, and if we turn to page 5, please, and to the bottom, to paragraph 20, please, it says, each party shall, at all times, in the performance of its obligations and exercise of its rights under this contract, act in good faith. So it looks like this is an amended contract following or making changes as a result of common issues.
I agree. I think it is, and it's dated August 2020 in the footer there.
But you say that in your exhibit list to your statement at number 4. We don't need to bring it up. The document description is SPSO individual contract V3 December 2023.
Oh, okay.
Are you able to assist with when the changes were made to the sub-postmaster contract to reflect what was said in common issues?
So changes were made to the SPSO contract and the 2 network transformation contracts after the common issues judgment was handed down, to the best of my knowledge, in 2020. There might have been some small iterations, changes to it since then, but fundamentally the new implied terms were added in 2020.
And just so we're clear, that applies, does it, to new sub-postmasters joining the network that's the contract. These are the contractual terms they're given upon joining.
New postmasters joining the contract would get this, yes.
Thank you. That document can come down. Thank you. Could we look, please, at your statement, page 12, paragraph 31 and 32? Starts on, yeah, that's great, thank you. If you just go down a bit further to have 31 at the top. Thank you. If you give example of changes made to various policies in the summer of 2020, and so it sets out the range of support available to postmasters and their staff. And then if we go further down, thank you. The Postmaster Support Guide is updated annually to take account of changes. And the Postmaster Support Guide contains the following key areas. You see these general support, training, managing cash, branch balancing, carry on, accounting dispute resolution. So quite serious material issues for a postmaster, yes?
Yes, issues that they would absolutely need advice and support on in running their branch.
What steps are taken, aside from these being written down as policies, what steps have been taken to ensure that there is appropriate resourcing to implement these policies properly?
Okay. So just to clarify, the Postmaster Support Guide isn't a policy as such. That's an overarching document providing advice and support to postmasters. In the back of the Postmaster Support Guide, there is an overview of the 12 postmaster policies that we have put in place across all areas of the postmaster life cycle to assist internal colleagues and make sure that processes are followed correctly. Part of my role as being accountable for those postmaster policies is to make sure that the various teams can deliver them in their respective teams. And to do that, clearly they do need resource to be able to do that effectively. Resourcing is a challenge in some areas, if I'm honest. I'm very aware of the broader business issues that we have. We're funded by government. There are cost challenges. I'm confident we do have resources in place to deliver against the policies. We could always do with a little bit more resource, though, in some areas.
Do firstly, the 12 policies you referred to, you I think you use the word internal, you're doing a statement, I think. They're not accessible by, sub-postmasters don't have access to those 12 policies, do they?
Not at the moment, no. They don't have access to the full policies, but what there is a guide to the postmaster policies, which is a shortened version of each one effectively that postmasters can view, which is on Branch Hub.
Why are they not given full access to the full policy?
It's a question that I've debated quite a lot over recent years with various colleagues in our data protection, legal teams, etc. The policies themselves, which are internally facing, has quite detailed information in them around our control framework, our risk appetite as a business and risks, and it wasn't felt appropriate to disclose that information externally, rightly or wrongly, and that was the very clear steer that I had. If it helps inquiry, though, we are in the process actually right now of putting each one of our 12 policies onto a new template. That template's been developed by colleagues in data protection, the legal teams and the assurance teams. And those policies will be made available shortly to postmasters, following agreement, obviously, by our Audit and Risk Committee and GE.
Last point on these policies. with the change in the policies in the summer of, as they've changed and developed since Common Issues, has that placed more or greater obligations more obligations on Post Office than it did before the changes? So there's more to do, effectively, more work to do to fulfil those policies than before?
I think that's very true. Yes, they have.
Has there been any increase in resources to meet those policies?
There's been some increase in resources. In my own team, for example, who manage the policies, we do now have more people to make sure that we are getting them annually reviewed by the right people, that we have group assurance as well in place now, checking our policies, checking our control framework, and that we have actions in place to mitigate any of the key risks. So yes, resource has been put in place.
Can we look, please, at your statement, page 17, paragraph 36? Thank you. This is coming back to something I cut you off on earlier. You're referring here, July 24, the retail engagement team presented a proposal for the contract reform project to the strategic executive group. Why has this contract reform project been started? What's its purpose?
As a business, we've been talking about doing a more wide-scale update of our contracts and getting new copies out to everybody for some time.
Okay, is that pausing there? When you say some time, from roughly?
I'd say a few years. And for whatever reason, the business decision has been taken not to do that activity at that particular point in time. To give an example, at one point, obviously, we were anticipating the rollout of our new branch IT system into branches. And so it was considered that we should perhaps delay some of this work until that system was in, and there may be changes that are needed as part of the introduction of that system. For a few years, we've been talking about it. The retail team have been pushing quite strongly, as have our legal team, to make sure that we do this activity. I feel this is very important for the reasons I said earlier. I think it's important to get contracts out to every postmaster, new contracts that do have the implied terms in them from the Common Issues judgment. And we are now doing that. So we've already made some proposed, and I stress the word proposed, changes to the contracts with external legal. And our next stage, which we'll be doing later in October or November, is to go to our strategic executive group and take them through them. And the next step will be then to engage with postmasters. The NFSP obviously will need to be consulted with as part of that process, look at what we're proposing to do, and then hopefully we can get in a position where we send contracts out.
It might be said that our reason for not bringing these contract proposals sooner or enacting them more quickly is to avoid the proposals being scrutinised by this inquiry. What would you say to that?
I don't think that's the case.
Paragraph 36B, you refer to removing specific rights. What rights at the moment in the proposals are being envisaged to be removed?
I can't think of any specific rights, if I'm honest. I can give some examples of other outdated terms and references that might be removed, if that would be helpful.
Are there any rights, obligations or terms that could be perceived to be beneficial to a sub-postmaster that are being proposed to be removed?
I don't believe so, no. In fact, I think the changes are much more favourable to postmasters and more obligations on Post Office.
Thank you. That can come down. So that's probably a good time to take our morning break.
All right.
If we could say 1:15. Thank you. So can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
First, I'll apologise to the transcriber for initially undercooking our 15-minute break, and then so I apologise to you for overcompensating by giving a 20-minute one. So,
Well, Mr. Stevens, I did wonder about your 11:15, but by the time I thought I would revisit that with you, my connection had been broken. So one way or another, we got ourselves an extra 5 minutes. That's what it boils down to.
thank you, sir. Right, I want to move on to training, please. And as Retail Engagement Director, you are accountable to the Post Office Board for the design and implementation of postmaster training.
That's correct.
You are supported in that role by the Head of Training.
I am.
I want to look at the job description, please, for Head of Training. It's POL 20448046. So, actually, job title, Head of Training. The Head of Training obviously involves training for postmasters. Are there any other types of worker, I don't use that in a technical sense, but types of worker for who the Head of Training is responsible for their training?
No, it's the development and delivery of training for postmasters and those operating our branches. So it would also be those working in our DMBs, for example.
If we look, please, at page 3, and we've got the knowledge, experience and skills. Leadership first, second, experience or background of training, third, knowledge of training-related models, various other matters, including a good understanding of business strategy, policies and operations. There doesn't appear to be any need for knowledge or experience of IT or Horizon. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Why is that?
So I think as the head of the training team, the individual's job is to provide leadership and make sure that a good quality of training is being delivered. Those working into the head of training and who are delivering classroom training, for example, do absolutely have to have a good knowledge of our Horizon system. But I don't believe it's essential for this particular role, providing leadership to that team.
So who is responsible for the content of the training on Horizon itself?
So ultimately that would be me being accountable and the head of training being responsible for the production of all the content.
And to who can you turn for advice on whether the aspects of training relating to Horizon are appropriate or sufficient for sub-postmasters?
When we're developing our training content, be it classroom courses or e-learning modules or work aids, we are reliant on discussions with the various subject matter experts within the business. So, for example, if there's something around cash and stock management, for argument's sake, we would go to our cash and stock management team. If there's something there around discrepancies, we would confer with Mel Park's team.
Many of the policy documents on training say that Post Office is committed to providing comprehensive training to postmasters.
Yes.
What, if any, funding is there for postmasters to engage in training?
So there's no particular funding provided to postmasters or anybody operating our branches to go to training. So we don't, for example, pay for postmasters or their assistants to go to a training course. Over the last few years, many of our training has moved to being more digital in format, and that's as a result of postmaster feedback. And of course, that collateral, which is on Branch Hub or our learning management system, is freely available to anybody working in a branch to access, free of charge.
It still requires them to commit hours to it.
It does.
And the hours they're committing to the training is hours they're not committing to their profitable business.
That's true. It does require commitment, yes.
And presumably for assistants, the hours that they have to commit to training, the postmaster has to pay them while they're doing that training.
They would have to, yes.
Could we look, please, at your statement, page 22, paragraph 47? You say these are some of the training courses that have been introduced since the Common Issues Judgment, and at D you refer to investigating discrepancies, and that's a half-day classroom course and work aid. That sounds like quite a significant or important piece of training that is available to postmasters. Would you agree?
It's proved to be very useful for postmasters, yes. And many of them who have attended it have said that it's been, very positive, well received, with good levels of confidence, shall we say, after attending. Yes.
Because it's a half-day classroom, that requires a postmaster or assistant to be out of the post office for at least half a day. Yes?
It does, yes.
Do you think the fact that postmasters aren't paid or remunerated for doing that course is a significant barrier preventing them from engaging with it?
It could be. I've got no evidence to suggest that it is a barrier to them attending, but it could be.
Have Post Office do you have any data to understand how many people want to attend that course as against how many people in fact attend it?
No, I don't. We only have statistics on the number of people who do attend the course.
Is it fair to say that one of the purposes of training on matters like investigating discrepancies is to reduce discrepancies overall, or at least reduce the need for Post Office to investigate them?
I agree that there is the requirement for training on investigating discrepancies is ultimately to get to the root cause of the issue and prevent discrepancies from taking place in the first place. So the concept of investigating discrepancies is something that's very important. This classroom course here, the half-day classroom course, is just one aspect of that. But in addition, there's a variety of other material that has been developed and is available digitally, which will assist postmasters or members of their team in helping them to investigate those discrepancies. The digital format of training is something that we, as a business, and I want to explore more of. From what I hear from postmasters, they're busy people running retail businesses as well, alongside their post office. And for many, the preference is not to have to travel to a classroom, irrespective of costs. It's to be able to do training in the comfort of their own premises, their own home, perhaps in the evening as well. So that's something that we want to explore more of.
Is there any plan within the Post Office to consider or assess the impact of any proposals to fund sub-postmasters or their assistants to do training?
There's no proposals at the moment, but obviously that's something that I can absolutely take back and consider in the wider business.
I want to look at some of the training guides. We don't need to bring it up. In your statement, you refer to, at paragraph 77, the operational training guide being a fundamental tool for both new and existing postmasters.
Yes.
Who is responsible for keeping that material up to date?
That's the training team.
Could we look, please, at POL 20448-131? This is about monthly accounting for trading period balance. Is this taken from the operational training guide?
Yes, it is.
So it covers, as I say, monthly accounting and balancing. Please could we go to page 3. So we've got settling discrepancies. and these are options that are given to postmasters when there's a discrepancy prior to rolling into the next trading period. One is review dispute, call business support centre. Another is make good cash. I'll be exploring that in more detail with the different witness, but I want to look at the content of this document with you. Under make good cash, it says this is optional. If you would like to settle the discrepancy without disputing it, you can select this option, then physically add or remove cash to balance without a discrepancy. Do you think that is a satisfactory description of when sub-postmasters, or the guidance for sub-postmasters in using the make good cash?
I do not think it's satisfactory.
Why isn't it satisfactory?
I don't think that that is clear enough, that if any postmaster or officer in charge chooses to put cash in from their own pocket effectively, they should do so only if they are absolutely sure that it's due to something that has happened in branch that is an error of some sort. Not with the system, but where you might have, for example, given the customer £20 more, or etc. We are in the process actually of updating this section of the operational training guide and any other documentation that refers to something similar to make that message very clear.
Just pausing there, see, in the process, the date on this document is July 2023.
Yes.
Why
Yes.
has it taken so long to make what appears to be a clear position of Post Office evident in the training guide?
And that's a very good point. I think whilst people within Post Office, myself, our teams, are very aware ourselves of what should happen, i.e. you should only put cash in if you're absolutely certain that it's something that's been done in the branch, not related to an issue with Horizon or something that needs to be investigated further. It's one thing for us to think that. I don't think we've quite got that message across to postmasters. There's no excuse. It should have been done quicker. But I'm comforted by the fact that we're now doing it and taking the opportunity to review all of our operational training materials.
When will this be corrected?
I think if it's not out there already now, it's imminent by the end of October.
Further down, it says how to dispute a discrepancy. We don't need to worry about strategic partner branches. It says all other branches, whichever option you use to settle a discrepancy at the end of the trading period, you can still dispute the discrepancy with Post Office. To do this, contact the branch support centre. If you can demonstrate the reason for the discrepancy, or if you firmly believe the discrepancy will be resolved through a transaction correction, please call the branch support centre with all the details you have. Is that not putting the burden on the postmaster to show that the discrepancy it is not the postmaster's fault, rather than the investigative obligation being on the Post Office?
Reading it back now, it could give that impression, yes. And again, that's something that we should look at.
So pausing there, you say we should look at. Is this currently not proposed to be amended as part of the changes you were describing before?
Not currently, as to the best of my knowledge. However, I will absolutely take this away to be amended and looked at. But you're right, the onus is on Post Office to investigate any discrepancies, should the postmaster wish us to.
Over the page, please, page 4. There's more guidance on, it says at the top, guidance on disputing a discrepancy or transaction correction. This is what happens at the end of the investigation. And the second paragraph, if a discrepancy amount has been investigated by Post Office or agreed by the postmaster and is found to be a genuine loss to Post Office, the discrepancy will be passed to the postmaster's account support team to support you through the options regarding settling the amount. Should that also say, and is found to be a genuine loss to the Post Office and caused by your negligence, carelessness or error?
Perhaps, yes, as that would be more aligned to the wording in our contracts.
Do you know if this wording is being considered to be changed as part of the review?
I don't think so, but again, very happy to take that away and make sure it's implemented quickly.
It might be said that this guidance isn't clear in the training because post office are seeking to downplay their investigative obligations, or when they make good with cash button should be used. What would you say to that?
I don't think that's true at all. I accept the fact that the wording could be better, but Post Office, to the best of my knowledge and from my work with other teams, are absolutely not trying to downplay two fundamental issues here. The first of which is that it is upon Post Office to work with the postmaster, support them in thoroughly investigating any discrepancies. And the second point, as you've mentioned, is we're very clear that postmasters should only put their hand in their purse and put money in the till if they are absolutely sure that it is a genuine mistake that's been made in branch that they can recall. So I'm very clear on that.
Does what we saw there in the operational training guide, does that reflect what's taught in classrooms and on the various online resources?
The wording in that guide that you've just showed me, I'm sure would be consistent with the other materials used. You know, the team do take steps to make sure that wording across all of our learning materials is consistent for good reason. So when I'm going back and making some changes to those documents, I will need to look at the wider training collateral there, which will include classroom content too.
Please could we look at page 36 of your statement, paragraph 83. You give a description there of how members of the training team are trained. You say they're trained internally. I don't need to read the rest of that out. It can be read. How many of the trainers working now in the training team were in post as trainers before the Common Issues judgment?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, I'm afraid. There is quite a high churn rate in our training team, so a good proportion are, you know, over the last 5 or 6 years, definitely, but I can't say for sure.
We've heard evidence of post officers' previous view of the obligations on sub-postmasters in respect of settling discrepancies. What steps is Post Office taking to ensure that those who were giving training on the pre-Common Issues training course, they're not carrying over that institutional understanding of how the contract used to work into today's training programme?
Sure. Well, I think for anybody working in Post Office, not just the training team, and you may have heard our people director talk about that, Chief People Officer Karen McEwen last week. We do have structured training in place now for all new starters, which involves, you know, understanding the Horizon issues of the past, the findings from the Common Issues judgment, the Horizon Issues judgment, and actually, you know, watching excerpts from this inquiry to understand the previous issues that we had and the need to change, both culturally and operationally. So specifically to the trainers, they would have, any new people joining the team would have that level of training.
Just pausing there. It's not. I'm not interested really in the new people. It's the people who used to train before Common Issues.
So for existing trainers who might have been in post prior to Common Issues judgment, they will have also gone through various modules to get an understanding of what happened in the past, what needs to change, They will also, of course, be able to view our training policy. They have to look at our training policy, and we have records annually that they've looked at that and understood that and been trained out on it. And of course, our trainers as well are all quality assured. They're observed on a regular basis by the leaders in the team to make sure that they are delivering in the very best possible way and to the standards that we expect. So I'm confident that if there were anything being trained out that wasn't, was pre-CIJ and shouldn't be, in terms of approach to shortfalls, for example, that if that did happen, it would have been stamped out very quickly. I'm not aware of any examples of that, though.
I should also clarify, so I should have said my question wasn't aimed at new trainees, not that I'm not interested in it. Clearly, we are looking at that as well.
Apologies.
My question wasn't aimed at that. We don't need to bring it up, but at page 42 of your statement, paragraph 100, you refer to a feedback committee being established in June 2024 to collate feedback received on training, analyse it for patterns and trends, and take any steps deemed necessary. What was done with feedback prior to June 2024?
So I think prior to June 2024, we received feedback from postmasters or people going on training at the various stages of the learning cycle. Excuse me. So we'd have feedback provided after e-learning had been completed online, feedback after attendance at classroom, feedback after an on-site trainer had been out to support postmasters, and then feedback from new postmasters after the first few months of them being in operation, as well as getting feedback from those who use our materials on our learning management system, etc. But I think it's fair to say that within the respective teams, that data was being analysed and looked at perhaps in a slightly siloed way. So what this has tried to do is bring all of those component parts together. So everybody responsible for all of those elements are meeting now regularly, looking at the data holistically and understanding what needs to be done in response to that feedback. It's very early days. The first one was only in June, but I think it's working well.
Could we please bring up XPG 607? This is the YouGov survey that was produced for the inquiry. Have you had a chance to
Yes, I have.
read this? Could I ask to turn, please, to page 16. And if you could go to the table at the bottom, please. We have satisfaction responses from in relation to the Horizon training by length of time working as a postmaster, which obviously will be relevant to the types of training it's engaged at. Looking at the 2 years or less and the 3 to 5 years, the levels of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, is that consistent with the feedback Post Office has been receiving through its own feedback forms?
It's not, and it was very disappointing to see these statistics, if I'm honest.
I take it from you saying it was disappointing. Your feedback you received directly from Post Office directly from sub-postmasters is better than what's shown here.
It is. It's much better than is shown here. A short while ago, I just illustrated some of the feedback we get at the various stages of the postmaster life cycle, after e-learning, after classroom, after on-site training, and then post a branch going live. And of course, that's for new postmasters coming in their onboarding journey. And at every one of those stages, we ask the postmasters to rate how confident they are with progressing. as one metric, and it's a score out of 10, a scale of 1 to 10. And across all of those component parts of training, we've consistently seen levels of plus 90%. So that's why I was very disappointed to see these results, because there is quite a stark difference there.
Is there any proposal to investigate the cause of the difference between the level, the feedback you receive and the feedback that's been found in this YouGov survey?
I think with all of the statistics and feedback in this YouGov report overall, absolutely. You know, the business are, and I am, for my areas, looking at these results and understanding what more we need to do given this feedback. I think it's very hard, obviously, when you don't know quite rightly, you know, who these postmasters are, who've experienced this. But we take this very seriously, and if people feel like this, we need to do more.
Thank you. That can come down. I want to move on to a very brief point on branch assurance/audit. Oh, sorry, sir.
While it's on my mind, there are two things I'd like a bit more information about. First of all, on surveying people's satisfaction, so to speak, with training, in effect, you were saying that your feedback to the post office directly reports much higher numbers of people who are satisfied with the training they received. In respect of your surveys, do a high proportion of the people undergoing the training actually provide feedback as well?
It varies depending on the stage, sir. It's a very good question. I believe that after classroom, for example, the feedback forms are provided to the delegates after the classroom, so in person, if you like. So there's obviously a very good response rate there. For on-site trainers and post go live, I'd have to check the details, but I think it's more on a voluntary basis, if you like, from the postmaster. So response rates might be fairly low there.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with, and I'm making that admission openly about the survey information I'm getting, because obviously the percentage of people completing the YouGov survey is comparatively low compared with the whole number of postmasters. So I wanted to know whether the same applied to your surveys or something different, if you see what I mean.
I see exactly what you mean, sir. It's a very good question, and you know, completion of surveys and response rates is something that plays on not just my mind, but I'm sure many of my colleagues' minds. We would love to get more people responding to surveys generally across the organisation. Response rates are, aside from our annual postmaster survey that we do, which, you know, earlier on this year had over 1,900 responses, the surveys that we do within the respective business units on operational issues, they're quite low, and we'd love to encourage more feedback, but sadly, that's not materialised yet.
Anyway, I think you've answered my question in the sense that, if I summarize it in this way, apart from those instances where people are completing a survey following a classroom exercise, the post office struggles to get a substantial number of its cohort answering the surveys in a similar way to the struggle that YouGov had to get people to respond. Is that fair?
That's fair, sir. Yes.
Okay, that was that. Then I had just a point of detail. Could we go back, please, to paragraph 47 of your witness statement? It's WITN 116-10100. And that's where you describe the training that continues to be available, if I can put it in that way, for sub-postmasters.
Thanks, coming to that. Yes.
And I wanted to focus on the subparagraph D, investigating discrepancies, all right? And 2 points I wanted clarification of. Is investigating discrepancies part of the mandatory training that people who are newly joining as branch, as postmasters undergo post-CIJ?
So in part, yes, it is, sir. In the initial classroom training, e-learning and on-site support, new postmasters and their assistants as well in branch will be taken through ways in which they can help themselves in branch with operational procedures to minimise discrepancies and what steps to be taken if there is a discrepancy to try and get to the bottom of it. So it is in there across the various approaches.
Right, so I think you describe in detail the what I'll call onboarding training from, I think it's paragraph 50 onwards of your statement. But anyway, there's a whole section on the training received right at the start. And I must have missed it because I couldn't find in that specific reference to part of the training being investigating discrepancies, but you tell me that it is part of it.
It is part at various stages. There's lots of material in it, and it is covered as part of our classroom and on-site training support too. The investigating discrepancies half-day classroom course is, just by the length of time, more detailed and is available not on a mandatory basis, but for anybody who wants to go along to have more training to help them in their branch.
Right, and that leads me to my second point of detail. In respect of that specific half-day classroom course on investigating discrepancies, do you find that you're got more people who want to attend it than you can supply, or what? Or is there not very much of a take-up from sub-postmasters or postmasters? Can you give me some feel for that?
Sure. I don't think there's as much take-up as I would like, sir, if I'm honest. I think over the last 6 months or so, I think we've had around 200 delegates on that particular course, although I'm not entirely sure of my facts there. I think what I find, sir, is a general lack of awareness still from postmasters and their teams about what training is available to us. And that's one thing, again, that we're exploring at the moment, how we can better advocate the range of training materials that are out there and get more postmasters to take us up on them.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Stevens, over to you again now.
Thank you, sir. A brief point on branch assurance/audit. The inquiry's heard evidence about post office auditors logging onto branch terminals and making adjustments to stamps without postmaster's knowledge. I just want to explore one element of that with you. Please can we bring up NFSP 401468? There's an email at the bottom from Callum Greenhow to you on the 10th of May 2023. It says, Tracy, it's come to my attention that post office personnel are visiting postmasters, including audits, brackets, Putney PO, where area managers, auditors are entering stock values into Horizon without either consultation or agreement with the postmaster. It says, if these facts are correct, then the NFSP would like to know who has authorised this policy within Post Office and why it has not been discussed with the NFSP in advance, and goes on to set out some further matters. Firstly, were you involved in investigating this issue following this email?
I wasn't specifically involved in investigating the issue. The reason I got the email is because at the time I was accountable for the relationship with the NFSP. But the issue was investigated, yes.
And do you know what happened as a result of that investigation?
I do. So as a result of the investigation, I believe Post Office held its hands up and said, absolutely, this shouldn't be happening. And as a result of that, that practice has absolutely stopped now in branches. There was a follow-up call with Mr. Greenhow and I think Keith Richards from the NFSP as well a short time after this to update them on the outcome of our investigation and assure them that wasn't now happening.
Are you aware of how this practice began or whether there was a policy in place?
I'm not, I'm afraid. I mean, I've never had any accountability for the branch assurance team, and it's certainly not something that's in our postmaster policy.
That can come down, thank you. I want to turn to suspension, reinstatement and termination. You've given figures in your witness statement, which I'll turn to in a moment, about the number of branches, I think it's number of branches rather than sub-postmasters, where there has been a termination, suspension or reinstatement since financial year 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
You say that Post Office doesn't hold a central record of that data, so it's likely that the record or the information you provided is incomplete.
For prior to 17-18 financial year, I think, yes.
But post-17, is that?
I'd have to just get up the relevant
Yeah,
part
let's
of
get
my
up your
witness statement if we
Page
can.
61, please. Sorry, page 60, my apologies. And paragraph 143, please. You say for financial years 2017-18, 2018-19, Post Office did not keep records that identified whether the SRT was based on Horizon data. So that's in relation to
correct.
2017 and 18. If we go to paragraph 140, please. You say Post Office does not hold a complete record of historical data in relation to postmaster suspensions, reinstatements or terminations. Prior to financial year 2017-18, the contract team was managed as two separate teams and each team holding their own data. It may be possible that some additional data from pre-2017 exists that could be derived from a manual review of individual branch files. So that first sentence, Post Office does not hold a complete record of historical data in relation to postmaster suspensions, etc. Is that aimed at years before the financial year 2017-18?
Yes, the way it's written here, yes, it should be prior to that year.
So we can be confident, can we, that if we turn the page to page 61, the figures given here are...
The figures of the numbers of
Yes.
them are accurate to the best of our knowledge, absolutely.
But in the brackets where they're asterisks,
Yes,
I should say brackets relate to where Horizon data was used or thought to be used.
exactly.
Where there are asterisks, that's been done on as I understand it, a look-back review of available data, and that's the best estimation of a case that's based on Horizon data.
Correct.
Could you expand on what you mean by where the SRT, the suspension, reinstatement or termination was based on Horizon data?
Yes, so if suspensions or terminations were based on as a result of discrepancies or shortfalls occurring in branch, ultimately, that would be what I'm referring to here as based on Horizon data.
So we see financial year 2019 to 2020, common issues judgment would have just been handed down at the start.
Yes.
December 2019, we have Horizon Issues judgment, and we see there's a drop in cases of both suspensions and terminations. Is the drop, are you able to say if the drop is because of the judgments in the group litigation or something else?
I think that the drop in those cases and over subsequent years is as a result of the findings from the Common Issues Judgment, Horizon Issues Judgment, but as well as Post Office introducing its policies, which we've talked about previously, which I think provide greater clarity on the circumstances in which suspension or ultimately termination should be enacted.
We see that in the subsequent years, and noting that the 2024-5 year is only to 24th of June, there are still contract suspensions and terminations based on Horizon data.
Correct.
What is Post Office's basis for terminating contracts using data generated by the Horizon IT system?
So we will, our contracts team will take a decision to suspend or terminate someone's contract. If discrepancies are involved, which is the use of Horizon data, then we would obviously only be suspending or ultimately terminating contracts once a very thorough investigation has happened into that discrepancy. The teams in our central operations function, which are managed by Mel Park, undertake those investigations into discrepancies. And I am assured that, and we've heard a lot about Horizon data and the integrity of Horizon data, as part of their investigations, they will obviously be looking to make sure and check whether Horizon could be at play and looking at any known errors, for example. But only when that determination has happened and we're sure that the discrepancy is as a result of the negligence, carelessness or error of the postmaster, would we possibly enact a suspension or termination.
One thing we'll come to with a different witness is Post Office position is it's not pursuing civil claims for discrepancies based on Horizon data.
That's my understanding, yes.
And Post Office's position is it only seeks repayment without going to civil enforcement where the postmaster agrees to pay.
Correct.
In these cases where we see terminations or suspensions, can you assist with whether, on the bracketed numbers, whether within those groups the postmaster disputed the discrepancy or suggested that Horizon was at fault?
I'm not entirely sure whether in each of these cases the link to discrepancies, the postmaster would have disputed it or would have claimed that Horizon was at fault. What I can say, of course, is each of them would have been investigated very thoroughly. Where we suspend a postmaster or terminate their contract, what we're not doing is suspending or terminating on the basis of them having discrepancies. We are suspending or terminating based on the fact that there have been contract performance issues. So to give you an example, in the majority of our cases, there are discrepancies that will have been caused by operational procedures in branch not perhaps being followed. Too much excess cash is a key one. Failure to rem in cash and stock, for example, or not undertaking daily cash declarations or your monthly balancing, which have all led up to the accumulation of discrepancies. But I'm confident that the discrepancies are investigated thoroughly.
And just on these numbers finally, I read this as the contract is terminated in that Post Office itself is making a decision to terminate the contract. Am I right in reading this that it doesn't include situations where a postmaster resigns?
That's correct.
That can come down, thank you. The decision on suspension and termination is taken by contract advisors. Do they report to you?
No, the contract advisors report to their head of contract performance and deployment, and they report into me.
You say in paragraph, we don't need to turn it up, paragraph 150 of your statement that the contract advisors used to sit under the branch assurance team.
The contract advisors used to sit within the same function as the branch assurance team, yes.
And that's been changed recently, has it?
It was changed in August last year.
And why was that?
Following a review of our procedures and processes by Group Assurance, who are looking at how we've delivered improvements following the Common Issues judgment, they identified a potential conflict with the branch assurance team sitting in the same team as the contracts team, and hence the decision was taken to move the contracts team under me.
Please, can we look at page 64 of your statement, paragraph 154? You refer to the 4 current contract advisors. One joined Post Office in 2005, area manager for 9 years, now acts as a contract advisor. 2012, another joined then, B, worked in various roles in the business, now a contract advisor. If you go down, please. C, another joined in 1981, started the role of contract advisor in 2006, and the D, the 4th, is more recent. We then go down, please, 155. We see the head of contract management and deployment, employed by the Post Office since 2003, took a role of contract advisor in 2011. The inquiry has heard evidence about during the period, well, we're looking at 2000 to 2012 and thereafter, where the process for suspension and termination has been criticised, in particular that there was an expectation to respond to discrepancies robustly in the appeal process and the decision process. What steps has Post Office taken to ensure that the contract advisors who were involved in those decisions have learnt from those criticisms that have been made?
So I think I touched on some of this when we were talking about our training team as well, and people who were in post prior to the Common Issues judgment. All of the contract advisors, whether they were in the business or since they've come in since, have all had training, quite structured training, delivered on the implications of the Horizon IT inquiry, the findings from the Common Issues judgment. They've also had clearly training on the new terms that have been added to the contracts as well, the implied terms, which clearly do give a focus on our approach to suspensions and terminations, and it gives a focus as well on the management of discrepancies and how we will support postmasters more. So they have all had training on the implications, and again, they will have reviewed the policies associated with their role on an annual basis to make sure that they're doing their job in line with those policies and procedures.
I want to also look shortly at some of the review mechanisms that are in place as well, but can I look at suspensions in a bit more detail briefly? It's POL 20448-253. Sorry, that's my fault. It should be POL 00448-254. So this is the postmaster support policy on contract suspension.
Yes.
If we can turn, please, to page 17. And down to the bottom of the page. It says suspension will only be applied where absolutely necessary to review the cause of a potential contractual breach identified by the contract advisor and where all alternative options have been considered. Is that the test that is to be applied then by contract advisors when considering whether or not to suspend a postmaster?
Yes, and they are absolutely trained and given instruction that suspension should be the last resort and only when, you know, issues aren't capable of being remedied.
We've heard a lot of evidence about some policies being under review. Is that test being considered for review or change, or is that a settled test?
I think we're always up to getting feedback and changing things if we need to. These are reviewed on a very regular basis and reviewed by RCC and ARC, our two governance forums. So at the moment, that is the position, that suspension is absolutely the last resort.
And there's no I appreciate these things are reviewed, but is there any indication that that test will be lowered or weakened in future?
No, not in my view.
Could we please look at your statement, page 72, paragraph 176? You say that the decision of so the contract advisor make a recommendation to the head of contract and deployment on suspension, who makes a final decision. That decision is then reviewed at the next postmaster suspension decision governance committee meeting, and you set out the membership of that meeting there. Why are there no either former postmasters or NFSP representatives on that panel?
And it's a very good question and something that we're looking to address, because the other panel, the termination committee and the decision review committee, do now have postmasters or postmaster representatives on those panels. I'd be very keen to have a postmaster representative on this panel, and it's something that we are looking at.
So that's something you're currently
looking at, yes.
Is it in consultation with the NFSP over that matter?
It will absolutely need to be in consultation with the NFSP, and the NFSP do input to and approve all of our policies actually before they go to our Audit and Risk Committee.
Paragraph 177. So it's just below. There we go. Thank you. You say to date no decision has been overturned by the postmaster suspension decision governance committee. Do you think that's a good or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing, because I think it genuinely shows that we have followed the processes and procedures and been fair and transparent to postmasters when making suspension decisions.
It might be said that it shows that the governance committee is not properly overseeing it and challenging the decisions that were made. What would you say to that?
It could show that. I don't think that's the case. I think the members of the suspension decision governance committee have all had training. They've all had training on the contract. They've all had training on the CIJ judgment handed down. And I'm confident in the decisions that they are making. And we've got some good representatives there from across the business.
Has there ever been consideration for any independent review or input to ensure that the Decision Governance Committee is doing its job properly?
So the Decision Governance Committee, as with our other committees, have been looked at by our group assurance function, who are reviewing much of what we do across the retail function. I believe that they think it's fit for purpose at the moment, as there have been other conversations more generally, not just about suspension decision governance committees, around the possible use of independent external organisations to further assure our work. So that again is something that's ongoing.
And what sort of numbers are we talking about that get to the governance committee? Of the people who are suspended, roughly at least, can you tell me how many take the decision to the committee?
So this committee here, sir, is our internal suspension decision committee, and every suspension decision, every one of them, is ratified by this committee.
Right, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Fine,
Thank you,
fine.
sir.
Could we please look at poll 20448206? This is the equivalent support policy, but for contract termination. Could we please look at page 18? If we go down to repudiatory breach, please. Apologies. So we have examples here of a repudiatory breach, and we see in the middle where discrepancies of a significant value have been caused by the negligence, carelessness or error of the postmaster, resulting in a loss to post office, and which have been fully investigated by post office. Firstly, what is significant value in this context?
I don't think we actually have a definition of what a significant value is. But I mean, we're certainly here talking about values over, certainly over £10,000–20,000, I would have thought. But we don't have a definition of a significant value.
But is it still the case then that if there was it appears that if there are discrepancies of a significant value, that the post office considers was caused by negligence, carelessness or error of the postmaster, that is in and of itself a ground for terminating the contract?
That in itself is grounds for terminating a contract. But I would add that, of course, before we get to that point, those discrepancies, whatever their value, would have been thoroughly investigated using the process I've described earlier, before we settled on the fact that they were caused by negligence, carelessness or error.
And in paragraph 163 of your statement, we don't need to turn it up, you say contract advisors do not investigate branch discrepancies or deal with the recovery of outstanding branch accounts. Is it the case that they rely on another team in post office to do that for them?
That's correct.
And which team is that?
So that would be the central operations team, the postmaster account support team.
And you don't oversee that?
I do not.
And actually, sorry, could we move to page 20, please? Uh, 4.11, it says Post Office will need to consider whether it has complied with its own contractual duties in relation to matters relevant to the reason for termination. It goes on to say if Post Office has materially failed to comply with its own contractual duties in relation to the matters relevant to the reason for termination, it is not entitled to terminate on notice. Are contract advisors giving any legal assistance to determine whether Post Office has materially failed to comply with its own contractual duties?
Yes, they are. So the important point here is that the contract advisors are not lawyers, they're not legal experts. So any proposed decision to terminate a postmaster's contract, we would have external legal assurance on that decision. Only when that assurance has been given to us and that we've acted in line with the terms of the CIJ, we've acted, under our duty of good faith, not arbitrarily, irrationally, capriciously, etc., would we then take that decision to the termination decision governance committee for final ratification.
That can come down, thank you. If a decision to terminate has been made, there's then the Postmaster Contract Termination Decisions Committee. Can you explain what the role of that committee is?
Yes, so we've got if a termination decision has been proposed by the head of contract management and deployment, we've got the external legal assurance advice. We then go to that committee, who, very much like the suspension committee that we talked about earlier, is senior leaders within the organisation ultimately, with some legal input too, to review the rationale document, review the legal advice, and ultimately ensure that the teams have been working in line with its contracts, its policies and its procedures.
And if we look at POL 20448205, page 14, please.
Apologies, can I ask for some clarity here? We've just talked about the Termination Decision Governance Committee, which is the internal committee, and this document is now a separate review panel.
So this is the is this the panel?
This is the panel if a postmaster chooses to appeal a suspension or termination.
So is that called the Postmaster Contract Termination Decisions Panel?
This is the Postmaster Decision Review Panel.
Review panel.
Yes.
And
apologies.
So no problem. So this is a separate body that's dealt with for appeals.
Yes.
And this is the body that's comprised of two senior leadership group members, one former postmaster, and one non-voting panel chair.
Correct.
Why is the panel chair non-voting, and so there's a majority in favour of the senior leadership group?
That's a very good question. I think the initial thoughts around the panel chair not being voting is so that they can more effectively provide independence and effectively chair the meeting. That's the case for a lot of our decision committees, that the chair would be a non-voting member. Looking at this again now, that does clearly skew slightly the postmasters versus senior leaders piece. So again, I think that's something that we should absolutely look at.
And in looking at something like that, would you liaise with the NFSP?
Absolutely. Again, this is something integral to our policy.
Thank you. That can come down. You mentioned earlier a review about, I think, considering whether independent input into these decisions or reviewing them is being considered. When will that review be complete, or when will there be proposals available?
I don't think I have any concrete dates on that, but it is an outstanding action that we have following feedback from Group Assurance, so we will need to work on that quickly. I would very much hope to have an updated view within this financial year.
So unless you have any questions on termination, I'm going to move to a different topic.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Mr. Stephen.
The last topic I have is very brief. Can we look at POL 20460000, please? This is an investigation report on Project Pineapple. I don't need to go through all of it, but can I turn to page 10, please? In the middle, it says, Martin denied that there was consideration of cancelling the postmaster survey. He said there'd been nervousness in executive discussions because of the Bates programme, but never a discussion to cancel. However, Tracy Marshall confirmed that there had been discussion about cancelling the survey, and that she and others from within the team had pushed to ensure it went ahead, which ultimately it did. Can you provide some background to the discussions on cancelling the survey and why it was continued?
So this is in relation to, normally we do an annual postmaster survey, which tends to happen January, February time of each year, and we've done that since 2021. Following the Mr Bates versus the Post Office programme in January of this year, clearly there was lots of external media attention, lots of, quite rightly, focus on the Post Office and the awful impact that the Horizon scandal has had on many postmasters. There were therefore some discussions around the timing of the postmaster survey, which could have resulted in perhaps more negative feelings being given in that survey. This is a survey, so that we're talking about general postmaster sentiment. So there were some discussions. I don't think this is quite a true reflection of my conversation and my interview here. I don't recall there being a discussion about cancelling full stop the survey, but there was certainly a discussion around potentially just postponing it by a month or so before it went ahead. The survey did take place this year, and I think it was March time it went ahead.
Thank you. So those are all the questions I have. Unless you have any questions now, I'll check if there are questions from the sub-postmaster. From the co-participants.
Check with the co-participants, please.
Yes, there's two sets of questions there. I don't know who wants to go first. I think Ms. Page first.
Fine.
Ms. Marshall, hello.
Hi.
Have you downplayed your involvement in disputes with postmasters over the years?
I really don't think I have, and I still maintain my position that whilst on the face of it, it looks as though I have sent emails which do talk about remote access, for example. I was very much passing on information from subject matter experts to my bosses at the time. I've never had any involvement with IT, with prosecutions, with investigations over my career history. But I do want to say I'm very sorry that it gives that opinion of me, and want to assure everybody that that is absolutely not the case.
Well, let's have another look at a different section of your email to Ms van den Boogaard and Mr Gilliland. It's poll 00294728. And as it comes up, you'll appreciate now, if not you say at the time, that this related to a dispute with the Ferndown branch. The postmaster and her husband were saying that there were integrity problems with Horizon. You appreciate that now, do you? I
appreciate that now, yes.
If we could scroll down to the bit that wasn't read out, it's got the heading Independent Review of Horizon System Integrity. Post Office Limited has allowed an independent review of the Horizon system in the past on one occasion. And then it refers to that occasion. It was to do with the trial of Mrs. Misra. It says this about the trial. The case made it to court on the 11th of November, and after reviewing all the evidence, the judge exonerated Post Office Limited in full, finding the Horizon system to be robust. That appears to be in bold. Do you see that?
I do.
During the course of the independent review, the defence legal team were provided with representatives from Fujitsu and the knowledge and experience of using the Horizon system. Fujitsu experts helped the defence team complete their investigation. The jury in the case of Misra versus Post Office Limited voted unanimously that she was guilty, and as such, she is now serving time in prison. This has been a high-profile case due to the fact that Mrs. Misra is pregnant. Mr. Misra has made allegations that the defence team were not allowed access to all the information they required regarding the Horizon system, but the judge made no such accusation. If we could just go a little further down as well, the final paragraph on the page, in addition to the independent review above, the robustness of the Horizon system is audited on an annual basis by Ernst & Young. Never before has the quality and accuracy of the system been doubted here. Now, it appears that all of that information came from conversations that you'd had with Dave Hulbert and Andy McLean the day before. Is that right?
I think the conversations in this email, because I don't remember it, but having read it, that certainly the issues around Horizon IT remote access would have come from Dave Hulbert and Andy McLean. I don't think they would have been in a position as IT people to talk at length about the particular case of Mrs. Misra here.
So where did you get that information from?
Well, I can't remember who I would have gone to, but that wouldn't have been something that I would have known about or been involved in. So I would have been relying on, I'm guessing, some of my legal colleagues at the time to provide me with that information. It was not something I was ever involved in.
Given that the trusted sub-postmaster at Ferndown had raised the issue of Horizon integrity, why do you think it was that you and apparently Miss van den Bogaard and Mr. Gilliland were prepared to take these assertions from you, relayed via others, from various unknown people, rather than considering what the sub-postmaster and her husband were saying?
I honestly can't comment on why Angela and Kevin, who I think attended the Ferndown meeting, they didn't talk about any of the information that I relayed, I don't think. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? They should have been a little bit more upfront, I think, at that meeting and asked for the perspective of the postmaster. I think at the time here, in 2010-11, the business position was, incorrectly and wrongly, that Horizon was very much a robust system.
Was it part of the culture that when there was a one word versus another word, a sub-postmaster versus someone else, the someone else was always believed and the sub-postmaster was not? Part of the culture of believing that postmasters were incompetent or dishonest, not worthy of belief?
I don't recognise that in the roles that I was doing, insofar as feeling as though postmasters were incompetent and shouldn't be relied on and that post office were always right. I don't recognise that in the jobs that I was doing. And in fact, of course, at the time here, my job involved a lot of involvement with the NFSP and hearing firsthand about the issues affecting postmasters. Whether others had that view, I can't say, but it was not something that I experienced.
Were others like Mr. Gilliland and Mr. Tuthill coming to you for this sort of activity, which you say wasn't part of your role, because you were willing?
No, I don't think so. I wasn't willing. I don't think I was complicit in any of this at all. I think they were coming to me, particularly Mr. Gilliland, being my boss. As I've said, he did so on numerous occasions, asking me to go outside the remit of my role to find out information for him, to assist him in visiting branches or whatever that might have been.
Evidently, as a result of what you were told by unknown persons, you must have believed that Mrs. Misra was guilty of theft at the time.
I would have taken on face value from what my colleagues had told me. I assume so, yes.
Do you accept that you were wrong about that?
Absolutely.
When did you come to accept that you were wrong?
I think there was a widely held position in Post Office until the handing down of the various judgments that Post Office were not at fault, and that was a message that was given consistently in our communications.
Can you pinpoint a time when you recognised that postmasters had been wrongly convicted?
On the handing down of the Common Issues and Horizon Issues judgments, yes, absolutely.
Would you say that that was about convictions? Can I just press you on that? Because, of course, there was a subsequent judgment about convictions. Did you connect it with convictions when the Common Issues judgment and the Horizon Issues judgment came out?
I don't think I would have done, no.
So when do you think you did recognise that convictions were wrongful?
I can't pinpoint it specifically. I mean, clearly since the inquiry has been going on now for some years, and I have, read and heard a lot of the horrific stories experienced by postmasters, I have now become very clear that those convictions were wrong. But I'm sorry, I can't pinpoint specifically when I would have been aware of that.
Not until Bates versus the Post Office?
It was absolutely before then.
Just returning back in time, if I may briefly, the email that you sent to Mr. Gilliland and Ms. Van den Bogaard was part of the myth-making in Post Office. We've seen a lot of it, using sort of wisps of truth and spinning them to support what was the falsehood that Horizon was robust. Whether you were relying on others or not, you were part of that myth-making, that chain of lies and fabrications. When did you, personally, stop spreading those sorts of myths?
I can't think of other occasions when I have spread those myths or lies. In this particular instance, I was, as you've said, very heavily relying on what other experts in the business had provided me with. I don't think I've ever been spreading lies or myths in the business.
Do you have anything to say about your failure to raise your knowledge based on these email chains over the many years where Post Office was claiming not to have any remote access into branch accounts?
So whilst I still absolutely maintain that I wasn't involved in the particular issues here, and I'm getting the information from other people, I am incredibly sorry that I sent any emails with any relevance whatsoever to remote access or convictions. And I am hugely sorry for for the horrific things that postmasters and their families and children and communities have gone through over the last few years.
Can I bring up, please, poll 2041 6991, and this dates from 2011. If we just note that this is an email from Nigel Allen to Andrew Wynne with you on copy. If we go to the first 3 paragraphs, before we do that, the subject, Ferndown, loss settled by cheque, SPMR dispute. Thanks for this. I've discussed this with Tracy Marshall, and she's asked whether you could draft a letter to Mrs. Rachel Athwal, SPMR, explaining in as simple terms as possible what happened and why it is now necessary for her to send us another cheque. Mrs. Athwal is arguing that she did what the helpline told her to do, and as she has already settled the shortage by cheque, which is cleared from her bank account, doesn't see now why she should send another one, despite the surplus in the branch. And then this, Mrs. Athwal and her husband have already challenged the integrity of the Horizon system, so it needs to be explained that she has not been disadvantaged by any software problems and that POL took the necessary steps to rectify this as soon as possible. In view of the sensitive situation at this branch, could you please send the letter to Tracy first and CC to me? So you weren't just investigating to help Mr. Gilliland with his interview. What you were involved in how to resolve the dispute, weren't you?
It would appear that from this letter, yes, but that was not part of my role at all at the time. Although, yes, that's what it looks like from this email.
What this email tells us is that you were well aware that the dispute involved the integrity of Horizon and that it was seen as important to assert that the branch had not been disadvantaged by a, quotes, software problem. You understood, presumably, what this was about. This was about the need to keep the edifice up so that SPMs and clients didn't lose confidence in the Horizon system. You must have understood that, mustn't you?
As I've said, I should have understood that. I don't know whether I did understand that at the time. It wasn't something that was in my remit. But yes, what I'm certainly doing is maintaining the business position here, that the issue with Horizon integrity should not be challenged, which, as I've said, was a position that was maintained for a long time incorrectly in Post Office.
You were sufficiently worried about the sensitivities that you wanted to review the letter before it went out.
Well, that's very unlike me in that role to have to do that, I have to say.
Do we know that, Ms. Page? This is a letter from Mr. Allen, who is suggesting that it be sent to Miss Marshall. We don't actually, or I don't at the moment at least, know whether it did go to her, what she did about it, etc.
This is the only email that I have about that. So
yeah, well, I think we ought to be careful about making 5 from 1 and 1, if you see what I mean.
Certainly. If we can move forward in time to 2015, and if we could bring up, please, poll 00117439. This first page has, it makes it quite plain that there's a very large number of people on copy, and hopefully you'll take it from me that you're one of them. Indeed, you may be on page 2, which I'll ask to scroll to now. Yes, there you are, actually, as towards the end of the long list. This comes from Mark Davies, and he says, thanks for taking part in a conference call on Horizon this week. And he then forwards a note, and we can perhaps just have a look at a little bit of the content of that note. If we go down to page 3, we can see reference there to the BBC Panorama programme, which is maybe going to go out. We can also see that there's reference to a parliamentary debate about the issue, i.e. the Horizon issue. And the talk about the fact that this may lead to further media coverage. If we could go down to page 4, please. We can see that he's set out various key points and messaging. And if we could go to a little further down. Sorry, just a little further up from there. There's the paragraph second bullet point down, which has the sort of classic line, if you like. There's no evidence that the Horizon system does not work as it should. This is the finding of independent investigators. It's been shown to be robust and effective in dealing with 6 million transactions, etc. So those were key messages sent to you amongst many other people in 2015. And this was essentially a script for fending off concerns about Horizon. Would you accept that?
I think it was a script for us to cascade to the wider teams, from what I can make of the email, to use if approached by the media, if approached and asked questions by postmasters. Yes, it has to be that.
How many times do you think you would have adhered to that sort of a script when dealing with concerns about Horizon?
Probably, it's hard to say. I don't remember how many times I had those conversations. I certainly never spoke to the media about it. At the time of this, sorry, is it 2015?
Yes.
Did you say? At 2015, well, from 2012 through, well, all the way through to my current position, I've been working on programmes on the network transformation programme at this point. So I wouldn't have been interfacing actually directly with postmasters or the media. So I don't know how often I would have used it, but it wouldn't have been frequently.
We can also, I won't take you to it to save time, we can also see that in 2019, reference poll 00268061, you were again part of a group Mark Davies copied in following the Common Issues judgment and how to handle the media fallout from that. There was a summary of the Common Issues judgment attached and some tips on how to handle the media. Do you remember receiving the Common Issue judgment, the summary of it?
Do you mean the media summary, the tips as you call
Yes.
it, or the?
Let me put it in a different way. When did you first appreciate what was said in the Common Issue judgment?
Only when it was, probably after it was handed down. I think when it was handed down, there was certainly shock across the post office that was the outcome.
Can you tell us about your own personal reaction, please?
Well, Ms. Page, I'm sorry to sound difficult, but Not sure that this is actually going to help me in terms of what I have to really decide on my terms of reference. I mean, it's clear, is it not, from everything that I've heard already, that everybody in the post office expected to win, but they lost. So then they had to come to terms with it.
What I'm trying to get at, sir, and I hope that it won't take very long, and that it, I would suggest, is relevant to this phase, is when did it really dawn on Miss Marshall that Post Office had got it wrong for all those years and there was a need to really change? And it's the change that I'm driving at.
I think you can all safely conclude that everybody in senior positions realised they needed to change once they read and digested that judgment.
Well, sir, that's what I'm exploring.
Yeah, well, I don't think you need to. I think I've got that point, whatever Miss Marshall says. All I'm saying is it's self-evident, is it not, Ms. Page?
Well, I'm not sure it is. That's exactly my point, sir. I think that there's reason to think that it may have taken some time before people realised the need for change.
Well, that may be right as well, but I have to look at it objectively, don't I? Anyway, sorry, go on.
I'm happy to answer if you want me to.
When did you think that there was going to be a need for serious change?
I think I was in quite a fortunate position at the time, personally, that by the time the Common Issues judgment was handed down, I was already very much in a role focused on postmasters and making improvements. So whilst there was some shock at the fact that the Post Office had lost both of the trials, the Common Issues and the Horizon Issues judgment, and there was a shock at the extent of our failings as an organisation, I was personally, I think, very quick, because I was already focusing on the things that weren't working for postmasters, and that's kind of a role I've had ever since.
You've told us about the people that you work with in contract management who are mostly, the contract managers and their boss are mostly people like yourself who've grown up in Post Office, if I can put it in that way, people with very long careers in Post Office.
Some of them are, yes.
And you've told us that the structured training on the Common Issues judgment and the inquiry and so forth is something that they've all had to go through.
Yes.
Did you have conversations with people afterwards about what that meant?
I've had conversations with many people across Post Office and my wider teams ever since 2019 about the impact of Common Issues judgment. I've had many conversations with postmasters about it. I've had many conversations with the NFSP about it.
Have you spoken to them about the sort of activity that we can see that you were involved with, albeit you say tangentially, of spinning myths, of perpetrating myths? Have you talked to them about that and their own conduct of that sort of behaviour and how they feel about it and whether they see they need to change?
The first I remembered of any of the emails that you've shown me today was when they were disclosed to the inquiry. So prior to that, no, I hadn't, because I couldn't recollect being involved. Since they've been disclosed, yes, I have had conversations with my own team and other colleagues across the business about those emails, about my perceived role in those. And I think that certainly the emails that you showed me points to, culturally, a post office that was very flawed in the past. What I can say is that, you know, in the roles that I've been doing, and from my perception of the wider business now, we've got more work to do, of course, but we have significantly changed culturally. That's what I see. Prior to 2019, I don't think we've really put postmasters at the heart of very much. Nowadays, we absolutely do. And that's right. That's got to be right, and we've got to continue to do that.
Only today, through questioning, have you identified, for example, the need to review the guidance which puts the burden of proof on postmasters to demonstrate why they're disputing a discrepancy. Do you think that your past and the culture that you grew up in has played a part in that failure to fully change the mindset?
I don't. My focus is very much on making improvements for postmasters.
Has it got anything to do with why you hadn't identified, for example, that problem before?
No, it hasn't.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Page.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Do you? Yes.
I think that's the first time that question's had any actual effect. I may be being overcautious here. I was reviewing the transcript, and at live note 86:18, Ms. Marshall was asked about. So when do you think you did recognise that convictions were wrongful? And there's a long answer, but it couldn't pinpoint it specifically. Then as it's on the page, Ms. Page's next question was, is it possibly not until Bates v. the Post Office? ? Answer, it was absolutely before then. I just think for clarity, can I ask, when you refer to Bates v. the Post Office, were you referring to the group litigation or to the ITV drama Bates and the Post Office?
Maybe a question for I was thinking it was the drama, the ITV drama. Is that correct?
So was I.
Yes, it's just how it reads is slightly...
No, understood.
Months down the line, but just checking that was what you were answering. Yeah. Thank you. Apologies, sir. I think Mr. Jacobs has some questions.
Right, fine.
I do, sir. I'm conscious of the time. I'll try and be quick.
Thank you.
Ms. Marshall, Simon Oldnall gave evidence yesterday, and he said that Post Office doesn't recover losses from sub-postmasters except where a postmaster agrees the reasons for the shortfall.
That's my understanding at the moment, yes.
And you've confirmed that's your understanding in your evidence today. Now, Mr. Stevens took you in your evidence to the contracts termination policy.
Yes.
And you remember, we don't need to turn it up because it's fresh in our minds, I hope, paragraph 4.6, repudiatory breaches.
Yes.
And you remember that it said that where there are discrepancies of significant value that have been caused by negligence, carelessness, or error of the postmaster that result in a loss to the post office and have been fully investigated by a post office, that is grounds for suspension and grounds for termination.
Yes.
And do you accept that there is therefore scope within this policy for suspension based on a horizon shortfall?
There is, yes.
Yes. Why doesn't, and this is my question for you, why doesn't the post office, or why is it that the post office does not recover shortfalls unless the sub-postmaster agrees, but applies a different approach in relation to suspending and terminating on the basis of shortfalls? Do you see that there's a disconnect there, Ms. Marshall?
I do, and I can't comment on why we don't recover shortfalls apart from where the postmaster agrees. That's not my area. I think in the cases of suspensions or terminations where there are discrepancies and where the postmaster might not agree with the reason for those discrepancies, I'd refer to my earlier point that where we're taking decisions to suspend or terminate contracts, the team aren't basing those decisions on discrepancies as such. They're making the decisions based on that being the outcome, as in it's due to operational performance issues in branch, such as having lots of excess cash or not doing monthly, weekly trading, etc. But I appreciate there is a slight disconnect there in the language.
And I think our point, which I ought to, in fairness, put to you, is don't you think that the policy should reflect that? Should reflect that suspensions and terminations will not be pursued in relation to horizon-generated shortfalls?
I think we need to tighten up our wording. Of course, having a discrepancy in a branch and having shortfalls is by definition a reason for an investigation to happen by the central operations team, but we can tighten up our wording, absolutely.
I mean, it's more about wording, isn't it? Our clients tell us that they are concerned that the wording of the policies does not reflect the express intentions given by you and other witnesses from Post Office who are giving evidence in this phase. Do you see that?
I do, and I think it's very clear to me that the position that we take in our policies should be the position that myself, others, our teams are all adhering to. I also hope that with the publication of these external facing policies that I talked about
Yes.
on a new template, that will hopefully provide clarity to postmasters too. The key thing for me is that we do want to include postmasters much more in day-to-day operational matters such as that. So I would welcome any feedback that they have on the wording of such policies, etc.
So are these policies likely to be reworded or reviewed?
All of the, as I've said, are always reviewed on an ongoing basis. We're putting them on externally facing templates, which are going to be looked at by the NFSP. Very happy to bring other postmasters into the fold there too before they're published.
You've anticipated my next question. Will sub-postmasters be allowed to, or be permitted to see these policies in draft before they're published and be consulted on?
We certainly want to include other postmasters in the consultation of those policies, and our postmaster Ned looks at those policies as well, Elliot Jacobs, as well as Mark Eldridge, our postmaster experience director.
I've one final quick series of questions for you, and this is in relation to the Fujitsu letter. Are you aware of that from Mr.
I'm
Patterson
aware
to
from
Mr.
previous
Reid?
evidence, yes.
And I'll quote from it. It's the 17th of May 2024. To be clear, FSL will not support the Post Office to act against sub-postmasters. We will not provide support for any enforcement actions taken against Post Office against postmasters, whether civil, criminal for alleged shortfalls, fraud or false accounting. When did you first see this letter? When were you first made aware of it?
Only in the inquiry.
Okay. And the contracts termination policy that we've talked about requires a full investigation, doesn't it?
Into discrepancies, yes.
How can Post Office fully investigate discrepancies without assistance from Fujitsu? That's a real problem, isn't it?
I think it is, and I think I'm very confused personally by the letter.
And Fujitsu doesn't consider that the Horizon system should be used as evidence, should be used to evidence shortfalls. Do you accept that the Horizon system should not be used to support suspensions of terminations based on shortfalls?
As I'll go back to my previous comment, I'm quite confused with the letter from Paul Patterson and why Fujitsu won't stand behind their data. I'm not a data expert or an IT expert, but it's fascinating that they can't stand behind the data when the data is fundamental to everything that we do in our operations, quite frankly, across our network.
Well, you say it's fascinating, but it's because of what happened in the scandal, isn't it?
Sure.
And the effect of that letter makes many of Post Office's policies unworkable, doesn't it?
I understand.
I don't need to ask you any more questions.
Thank you.
That's all from me. Thank you.
In the light of those questions, can we just revisit paragraph 143 of your witness statement, Ms. Marshall? I'm sure that it's WITN 116-10100, because I want to be sure I'm fully understanding the table, all right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Once it's up, just a little further on, please. It's actually on page 61. That's what I'm looking for. That's it, that table. Now, as I've understood it, I'm concerned only with the most recent period, all right? So let's start in 21/22. So in that year, there were 25 branches where suspensions occurred, yeah?
That's correct, sir.
And that may or may not mean 25 postmasters. Some postmasters may have had more than one branch. So we should focus on branches, yeah?
Correct.
And the figure in brackets, 13, as I've understood what follows under figure 1, means that they were cases which relied on Horizon data.
That's correct, sir.
Fine. So what I want to know is, was the reason for the suspension that Horizon demonstrated a shortfall, or was the reason something different?
Without knowing the specifics of each case, sir, I would say that the majority of them, in brackets, the 13 there that's highlighted, would have been following the result of an investigation into discrepancies or shortfalls, which would have been down to Horizon Data. The suspension would have been enacted as a result of that, yes.
But you also seem to be saying, in parts of your evidence, that there wouldn't be a suspension simply because Horizon showed a shortfall. There would only be a suspension if there was an established reason after an investigation for which justified a suspension. So do I take it that what you're telling me is that the starting point is that Horizon shows a shortfall? There is then an investigation into how that shortfall came to be caused. And it is only if that investigation demonstrates, in effect, some fault on the part of the postmaster that a suspension would follow.
That's correct.
So that's the process that I should understand, is it, when I interpret this table? In that year, there were 25 suspensions, 13 of which, in effect, commenced by reason of Horizon showing a shortfall, but they only occurred because following an investigation, a suspension was thought to be justified because of the activities or actions of the postmaster.
That's correct. The figures in brackets there, the 13, would have been based on Horizon Data, discrepancies or shortfalls identified, but there would have been a full and proper and thorough investigation into the cause of those shortfalls, which would have then led to the determination to suspend the contract, sir. Yes.
And in the years that we're talking about, 21/22 onwards, whether or not the suspension actually occurs goes through the process that you described in evidence when Mr. Stevens was asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
Fine, all right. Then that deals with that. And then the final point I want to ask you about is the years 21/22 and 23/24 and the footnotes to the cases in progress, all right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So there are still from 21/22 two cases in progress. That's right, is it not?
Yes. Could we go to the footnote, please, sir?
Neither of which depend upon an Horizon shortfall, as I understand it.
The footnote 18, which we've just looked at, relates to postmasters having been arrested and charged with offences, yes.
Get to 18, there's naught in brackets after the two, you see? If we go back to the table, sorry, you see there's two cases in progress.
Yes.
But in brackets, naught, which to me says neither of these were dependent, even as a starting point, on a Horizon showing a shortfall.
That's correct, sir, because these were both cases where the police had intervened and the postmaster had been charged with offences.
Fine, so I needn't bother with those. Now that I've got that, fine. It's the next one, 23/24, where there are still 4 cases in progress, but 2 cases start life, if you like, with Horizon demonstrating a shortfall.
Yes.
Now, are those 2 cases the 2 cases which are referred to in footnote 19?
Can we scroll down to footnote 19, please? That's correct, sir. So the 2, if we look at footnote 19,
Yeah.
we are referring here, the ones in brackets, are the suspensions that have been prolonged due to issues in arranging postmaster meetings. One is now at the final stage and with external professional advisors.
So that deals with the long suspension. But my question was, and perhaps you don't know, whether the two cases in brackets in the table are also the two cases where the postmasters have been arrested and charged.
No, they're not, sir.
So in none of the cases, this is the point, in the table which we've been looking at, are they what I'll call horizon cases?
Correct.
Fine. Thank you very much. I just wanted to be absolutely clear as to where we were on that.
Thank you, sir.
Right, good. Well, thank you very much, Miss Marshall, for coming to give oral evidence today and for making your witness statement on behalf of the Post Office. I'm very grateful to you for doing that. So what time shall we resume, Mr. Stevens?
So I'm in your hands. We can either do 2 o'clock or 2:10. I don't think we should have problems with time to start at 2:10 if you prefer.
Well, then, I do prefer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
there, there's the cul-de-sac, we can go that way, out that way, then out, like, out, we'll have to come past them. Because we're not the entrance to the cul-de-sac, but this is like the main road into Newcastle. There's a good job of people over there.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Just the fact there's a bit of a noisy generator over there. We're just going to relocate probably this side of this fire and rescue. That was just come over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Do you want us to grab something, Rich?
We're all going to the same way.
Yeah, we are.
We're all going to fucking fall over.
Everyone just stayed on the curb, and then you stood over there. Go on. We all stay on the curb. You stand over there.
We'll press it there. Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, just I think that was all communicated on the invite. Is that we might have to take it down.
Can you stand by my camera right now?
Things will be at the end of the
Hello, right.
No, there's the three. From the fire service.
You alright?
Double check
Right.
yes, name, everything's just over there. Yeah, sure. I'll double check that.
You're right.
Get quite nice close to the mic so we can all hear you.
Stand as close to the
Yeah,
mic.
well,
What-
about here. About here, perfect for me.
Right, okay.
Oh,
I'll just-
everyone really.
Yeah.
Are you guys all right down there? Cool. Just when it comes to it, let's say, we've had one where it stood right back here
Can't
before
hear
you
what's
down
being
here.
said, yeah. I'll just check my positioning.
Go on then, yeah.
Is that sort of okay?
So on here, I'm good for there.
Clipboard not getting in the room.
Yeah. Right, it's just so we know where he's standing.
You just stand where you're going to read it there. Yeah. And then just look towards me.
Watch your head, bud.
Look towards me for a second.
He's not going to start yet.
Don't start yet.
No, he's only. That's
That's
not.
great. I'll
Cool.
go the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all right there. Don't go any higher.
No.
Just lower that. Who's that?
There's a.
Because we can see your eyes there. Oh, that's it. Top man. Thank you.
It's starting now.
Sorry.
Just to confirm, we'll be reading statements from each of the agencies. So that will be police, fire and NIAS. If you need any of those names and job titles confirmed, we can sort that with you afterwards. There may be time for one or two questions at the end, but we be here for a while taking questions. If you have got anything specific after that and there was a type for the question, you can direct it to our media officers.
So if you're just going to go on once, I'll just stand back once.
Yep.
I'm Superintendent Darren Adams from Northumbria Police. It is with great sadness that I stand in front of you today following the tragic death of a young child. As a result of the incident here in the early hours of this morning, a 7-year-old boy has sadly passed away. Despite the efforts of the emergency services, he tragically died at the scene. This is a truly devastating outcome. I have no doubt that the people of Elswick and Benwell and our wider region will want to join me in extending their thoughts and condolences to family and friends. The loss and pain they must be suffering is unimaginable. The boys' loved ones are being supported by specialist officers, and we would ask that their privacy be respected at this time. I can confirm 6 people were taken to hospital with varying injuries. A number of people were also evacuated and are being supported by our colleagues from Newcastle City Council. We are working with our partners and the community to ensure all those who may have been in the area at the time are safe. An investigation is ongoing to establish how the explosion occurred. These inquiries are still at a very early stage, and in the coming hours and days we will continue to piece together what has happened so we can provide answers to the family as well as the wider community. We would appeal to anyone who has any information about what has happened to contact us. A dedicated web page has been set up for people to be able to do this. The details of this page will be shared with the media and via our own social media channels. We would like to thank all of those in the area for their ongoing support and cooperation. It is likely that the cordon will remain in place for some time as we continue to carry out our investigations. This is an incredibly tragic incident. I would like to thank all of our partners, including our colleagues from Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service, the North East Ambulance Service and Newcastle City Council, who, alongside ourselves, have been met with extremely challenging circumstances. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lindsay McVeigh and I'm Assistant Chief Fire Officer with Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service. I also spent the evening at the scene. At 00:42 a.m. this morning, we received an emergency call to a house explosion in Benwell. Crews were in attendance within 5 minutes, and very soon after we declared the incident a major incident, and this was due to the extent of the damage that was observed upon arrival. This early major incident declaration resulted in early notification to all Blue Light and partner agencies. At the height of the incident, we had 8 fire appliances, a command unit, search and rescue dogs, an urban search and rescue team were on scene. We can confirm that all fires have now been extinguished. We continue to search the buildings to ensure all persons are accounted for. Our urban search and rescue team, including our specialist dog unit, remains on scene. We are continuing to work closely with our partners, including Northumbria Police, North East Ambulance Service and Newcastle City Council. At this stage, our priority continues to be the ongoing search of the premises and to ensure the safety of nearby residents and all of our operational crews. We appreciate that residents have been displaced, and we want to reassure those affected that we are doing everything that we possibly can to bring the incident to a safe conclusion. We would like to send our heartfelt condolences to the family members and friends of the 7-year-old boy who sadly died as a result of this incident. We would like to thank our crews, control team, partner agencies who have worked throughout the night and continue to do so to ensure the safety of the public. Our crews will remain on scene for some time and for as long as is necessary to bring the incident to a safe conclusion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name's Sharon Monaghan and I'm a duty officer with North East Ambulance Service. I'd like to start by passing on our condolences on behalf of the ambulance service to the family of the little boy who tragically died today, and also everyone involved in this incident. We were called this morning at around 00:45 and dispatched around 13 resources, including 4 double-crewed ambulances, 4 of our our hazardous area response teams, a clinical team leader, duty officer and a tactical on-call, along with a doctor who's supported us with assessing patients who were on the scene. We've treated and conveyed 4 patients in total, 3 adults and 1 child. We conveyed those to the hospital for further treatment. We can't confirm any information on their injuries or their current condition. We've been working very closely with our partners throughout the morning and through the night, and our hazardous area response team remain on scene to provide support, ongoing support for the fire service and for the police should that be required. I'd like to also extend our thanks to our crews who were on scene through the evening. Thank you.
What was the scene like last night? You said you were there.
Yeah.
Describe what you saw, please.
Yes, so initial crews, when they attended, there was significant fires, and obviously the explosion had a significant impact on a particular part of a property, and it mainly affected. There was 6 flats that were badly affected, 2 of which suffered the main kind of brunt of the explosion, if you like. So yeah, there was an awful lot going on, an awful lot happening, and our priority was to kind of establish what casualties were involved, and what resources we needed to support the incident and bring it to a conclusion.
Can we get confirmed? Earlier it had said a child was being treated in hospital. Is that the same child who has now died?
So I can confirm that no, that the child that was treated in hospital remains in hospital, I believe, but it isn't the child that sadly passed away.
Do you know if the people are all in the same flats or in different flats or in different families, casualties?
So the casualties were mainly from the 2 flats, the upstairs and downstairs flat of the property that was affected, but these are linked to other properties. But the casualties were from the upstairs flat and the downstairs flat.
Do you know if there were people in the 2 buildings either side of the section?
I'm unsure whether everywhere was evacuated by the time I arrived on scene. I believe there were individuals in the other flats, but I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
I think that's enough for questions.
And the external ones, I think there were further injuries. Yeah.
I think that's all we've got time for questions, if that's okay. But if you have got anything specific for the agencies, please feel free to direct it to us. Check spelling of your name, please. I've got it written down. I'll do something. Yeah.
Should you
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
We're hearing from Ms Park.
Yeah.
Would you like to repeat after me? I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Please could you state your full name?
Melanie Jane Park.
Ms Park, as you know, my name is Sam Stevens and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. First, can I thank you for producing a written statement today, and secondly, for attending the inquiry to give oral evidence. I want to turn first to that statement, which should be in front of you in a bundle of documents. Could I ask you to turn that up, please? And just confirm that's your statement of the 22nd of August 2024.
Yes, it is.
Now, before we go any further, there's one correction I understand you wish to make. That's at paragraph 162, please, which is page 71 of the statement. That will come up on this screen as well. I'll just wait for it. Now, what I'll do is provide a summary of what I think the correction is, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, there's a sentence that reads, the cost of a given ARQ request corresponds with the length of period being requested. For example, ARQ data for a 6-month period will cost more than a request for a 3-month period. My understanding is when you signed that, you understood that to be correct on the basis of information from subject matter experts. You now understand that that isn't correct. You wish to strike it out of the statement, and it is dealt with by the evidence of another post office witness.
That's correct, yes.
Correct. So, so the highlighted text should be struck out of the witness statement effectively.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Could we please then, the statement can come down from the screen, but could we please turn to page 101 of the statement? Do you see a signature?
I do, yes.
Is it your signature?
It is.
And are the contents of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are, yes.
Thank you, Ms Park. That statement, now stands as your evidence in this inquiry. It will be published on the inquiry website shortly. For the record, the unique reference number is WITN 116000100. I'm going to ask you some questions about it, but not every aspect of what is a very detailed statement. I'll start with similar questions to what I did this morning. You have been chosen by Post Office to act as a witness to give evidence on its behalf in response to parts of 2 Rule 9 requests sent to it. Is that right?
That's correct.
You are the Central Operations Director to the Post Office.
I am.
When did you join the Post Office?
17th of October 2022, so 2 years tomorrow.
And have you had any other role at the Post Office?
No, I haven't.
Very briefly, could I just ask you to give an overview of your career before joining the Post Office?
I qualified as a chartered accountant in 1997 with KPMG, following which I moved to Boots the Chemist in December 1997, where I stayed for 24 years. So I started out doing various financial roles, both pure financial accounting and more business partnering latterly, and then moved into a more operational role, and then was the retail operation, head of retail operations before I left.
In terms of your reporting line, I understand that you report to Neil Brocklehurst, the Interim Chief Operating Officer.
I do, yes.
And just in broad terms, could you summarise your role and responsibilities at the Post Office?
Yes, I have a number of quite different responsibilities. The first of which is I have responsibility for the branch support centre. So the team up in Chesterfield that are responsible for supporting postmasters with a number of different matters. We have a team of about 50 people up there. That's the branch support centre. I also have responsibility for the network reconciliation and support team. And they're responsible for understanding any discrepancies as a result of proactive comparison of third-party data and issuing transaction corrections should they need to once they've been investigated. They also have the network monitoring team as well, and their role is to, again, proactively look for branches that might not be following operational processes as we would like, and which may suggest they are struggling with those processes, and try and intervene before those processes lead to potential discrepancies, as we've heard this morning. I'm also responsible for the network support and resolution team, and they are the team that help postmasters with the review of discrepancies. So should a postmaster use review or dispute, and it can't be fixed through a call into the branch support centre, they will be the team that review the discrepancy and ultimately agree the resolution with the postmaster.
Presumably you received a formal induction when you joined the Post Office.
Yes, I did. I had I had 6 weeks where I wasn't part of my role. I was travelling around the various functions within Post Office, so the commercial functions, the rest of the retail functions, to really try and understand the role that I was being brought in to do.
Was there any discussion as part of your induction on the findings by Mr Justice Fraser, as he then was, in the group litigation?
Not formally. I think when I knew I'd taken a role at the Post Office, I made it my business to start doing some research and looking into it. And then I did get a number of documents when I first came to read through. And then I've attended the inquiry on a number of occasions to try and understand in a bit more detail the impact that on postmasters, such that it would help me do my role more effectively.
I want to look at branch assurance and audits. Could we look, please, at your statement, page 14, paragraph 38. You say the inquiry has used the term audits in relation to a set of questions. Post Office does not carry out audits on branches. The branch assurance team attend a branch to count physical cash and stock and establish whether that agrees with what is recorded in Horizon. That process before was known as an audit in Post Office, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Is it not effectively describing what an audit is in any event?
I don't believe so. So in my experience as both an external auditor and an internal auditor, particularly external audit, you're looking at accounts, trying to understand the validity of the data in those accounts. This is different. This is simply a stock take, in effect. So what we're doing is assuring the physical value of the cash and stock and cash equivalents in that branch and comparing it to what the system thinks, as any other retailer would do on their annual stock takes.
So your view, this is just correcting essentially incorrect terminology from...
Yes, it's assuring the physical value as it stands at that point in time.
Page 20, please, of your statement, paragraph 53. It's a point on feedback about branch audits. You say that during a visit, the lead assurance advisor will give the postmaster a branch assurance visit findings letter. And you go on to say that the form also gives postmasters an opportunity to give feedback on the branch assurance visits and their experience with the team. In July 2024, 34 branch assurance visits were completed and 14 responses were received. to that feedback request. Of these 14 responses, 12 were ranked as excellent, 1 was ranked as very good, and 1 was ranked as good. That's July 2024. How does, from your experience, how does that stack up to other months? Is that about average for the results, or better or worse?
I think given that this feedback form was only introduced in June this year, I believe, I think it's actually probably a better response than we would generally see when we...
Sorry, can I just check? That's my fault for asking the question. When you say better response, do you mean the number of responses you get back to the question, or the actual, whether there's satisfactory...
In terms of the number of responses that we've had since, and we've had some updated figures, and they actually show a much improved response rate. So we are getting a significantly increased response rate if we look versus what we see in other areas. And I think it's important because this could be quite an emotive area, and it's important that we seek feedback and get feedback and act on that feedback.
So you've noticed more responses. Is there any difference to the ranking? So here it's 12 ranked as excellent, 1 as very good, 1 as good. Is it about the same proportions, or are they different?
I think they've slightly improved. From my recollection, I think we've received more excellent, and then probably 1 or 2 good and very good. But they are definitely there are definitely more excellent than this data.
Could we look, please, at EXPG 607? This is the YouGov survey that was commissioned by the inquiry. Have you had the chance to review this? Could we turn, please, to page 32? We see it says branch audits. It's referring to the same thing, the assurance, branch assurance. And it says since January 2020, just over 3 in 4 postmasters surveyed said that their branch has not received an audit. 12% reported that they have received an audit. So of those who have received an audit, this is the third paragraph, since January 2020, were more likely to be satisfied than dissatisfied with how it was conducted. Over half were satisfied, compared with around 1 in 5 who were dissatisfied. So there appears to be a difference here in that there are some people expressing to the YouGov survey dissatisfaction with branch assurance. Would you agree?
Yes.
Are there in place any plans within Post Office to investigate why there might be a difference between the results of the YouGov survey and results you're obtaining through the feedback forms?
I think we have to look at the current process. I think Ms Marshall referred earlier, without understanding the detail of the people who completed this survey, it's really difficult to go and ask questions about historical assurance visits. I think what we have to do is take the feedback for the assurance visits that we're doing now, and where we see dissatisfaction, we seek to understand why those postmasters might have been dissatisfied with that visit and take appropriate actions, either across the assurance visit piece or with the individuals that have conducted that assurance visit.
Do I take it from your evidence earlier that Post Office is seeking to increase the rate of return on those feedback forms, so the number of people returning either positive or negative results?
Yes, I think the latest data, I think about 35% of visits conducted since June have received a feedback form. So it is higher than we would normally see across Post Office. But we would always look to try and encourage postmasters to feedback following a visit.
Could we look, please? I want to look at the branch assurance team, please. Could we look at Paul 2048256? Sorry, Paul 2044826. This is a branch assurance advisor induction training, I think policy or report. At paragraph 60 of your statement, you say there have been no new joiners since this was last updated. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
How many currently within the branch assurance team were in post before the common issues judgment?
I've been advised by the head of that team that I think it's 12 of the 18. I couldn't be quite sure, but I did ask that myself. And my understanding is it's 12, or around that number. A lot of, most of them have been in role for a significant length of time.
Could we look, please, at page 5? It's not a particularly thrilling question about version control, but it will help us understand the document. If it can go down, please. Thank you. We see here the version controls for this trading document, and on the 1st of September 2021, this version 0.1 is a draft version, and we've got decimal point figures to 4, then 3.1 and 4. At what point in this version control did this policy become a policy that was implemented and not just a draft policy?
So this isn't a policy. I believe this is a training guide.
Apologies.
So it doesn't sit in the policy that is the postmaster support policies. In answer to your question, I'm not sure. I joined in 2022, and this team don't line report into me. So I'm not sure when this actual training guide will have been enacted and taught through the teams that exist.
Would the people in the branch assurance team who were in post before common issues have been given training on their role or the new or how the policies have been updated since common issues?
I couldn't say for certain. My understanding is they would all have been given training on the policy that stands, and I think we've heard that the postmaster policies, that we have annual training on the postmaster policies with the relevant teams. I couldn't say on that particular piece of training material. I do know that shortly after I joined, the branch assurance advisors were all taken through additional training, and the head of operational support, who they now line into, has done a lot of work with them to show that actually the role of a stock check is just as important how you do it and how you conduct yourself and how you make the postmaster feel when doing that stock check, and that is just as important as making sure you do an accurate count. And I know that training's been, that all of the advisors have been through that training since I joined.
Some current and former postmasters have suggested that branch assurance visits should be conducted by a body independent of the post office. What would you say to that suggestion?
I understand why they would suggest that, and I know a lot of retailers would use third parties to do those stock takes. I think having a knowledge of the Horizon system and how you update that system once you've done your stock count is really important. And having the knowledge, we run quite a complicated business. If you look at the number of stamps that we sell, the currency, the foreign currency, having that background knowledge will, I believe, make that stock count much more accurate than employing an outside body to come in and do that count on our behalf. But that's my opinion rather than fact.
could we bring up your statement, please? Page 17, paragraph 47. This is looking to the future of branch assurance. You say, Post Office is currently reviewing the circumstances where an announced visit may not be the most appropriate course of action. Should that be course of action?
Course, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The intention is for there to be a three-tier process. Announced visits, as is current practice, notified visits, whereby postmasters are informed that a visit will be taking place on a specified date. Just pausing there, is the difference between an announced visit and a notified visit that the sub-postmaster agrees the date of the visit on the former, but not the latter?
That's right, yes.
And then there's unannounced visits with a clear governance protocol as to how and when these may be required. And if we look at paragraph 46, you say, in the past year there have been 2 unannounced visits which took place in exceptional circumstances with sign-off from the Chief Executive Officer, Nick Reed. So at present, if there's an unannounced visit, does that have to be sanctioned by the Chief Executive?
That is under review at the moment. So I think, I can't remember whether I noted in my witness statement, but the circumstances between these 3 tiers of announced, notified and unannounced is being reviewed. And I believe there's a recommendation paper going to the SCG at the end of the month, if not next month. But we would definitely seek approval if we wanted to do an unannounced visit.
On the current proposal, who is... from whom will you be seeking approval to do an unannounced visit?
I think as it stands at the moment, it would be the interim CEO.
And in what circumstances is it envisaged that an unannounced visit would be used?
I think where we believe there have been serious breaches of contract, and we've failed to engage the postmaster through all of the support mechanisms that we try and intervene with those postmasters prior to this, and they've failed to engage in any of that, and we are concerned as to the assurance of those assets in that branch, and that the notified would impact the outcome of that.
I want to look at now, I think the most substantial topic I'll deal with, which is investigating and resolving discrepancies. As I understand it, the dispute resolution system, as it were, has 3 primary teams involved: branch support centre, network support and resolution team, and the postmaster agent support team. Is that correct?
The postmaster account support team. Yes.
Sorry, accounts. And do they all report to you?
They do, through their head of. The BSC reports through a different head of. The network support and resolution reports through a different head of.
Are there systems in place to ensure that relevant knowledge of dispute resolution issues is communicated between those teams?
Yes, absolutely. The case management system that we use allows a case to be created, and then as it's handled through each of those processes, details of that, how the details of the case will be logged, and if it can't be resolved at each initial stage, all of those details will be passed through to the next stage, so they will be aware of all of the checks and balances that have already happened before they start their bit of the process.
That's a particular, I think as I understand it, that's on one particular case. Someone's dealing with it in one team, it gets passed over to another. I more meant, is there any systems in place that would, the people in different teams could spot if there were themes or trends in dispute resolution issues?
Yes, so the branch support centre, part of their their role is to understand if there are systemic issues, particularly short-term issues that have arisen. We sometimes have IT issues with some of our third parties, and they would immediately understand that there's a problem and raise that with the relevant functions if indeed those functions hadn't already spotted it and informed the branch support centre. In terms of the transaction correction team, so there are other investigations that we do through the network reconciliation team, and we do look at themes. So, for example, we know that 80% of our transaction corrections are issued due to cash pouch errors. So again, we look at the thematics and try and understand how we stop it at source rather than deal with it once it's happened. A good example of that is the issuing of note counters and the operational excellence incentive. If I come back to the network support and resolution side of things, through the monthly meetings, they also look at the root cause of the investigations that they have reviewed into discrepancies and understand the cause of those. And they are reported through.
I want to look at ways into that resolution system. Before I do, it's probably helpful just to set out what it is. There's a tier 1 investigation or support which is handled by the branch support centre, is that right?
That's right, yes.
If tier 1 can't deal with it or resolve the matter, it goes to tier 2, which is handled by tier 2 analysts in the network support and resolution team.
That's right. There's an intermediate step which is a triage. So there is a triage case, and the triage will understand if there are any initial resolutions before it goes into the full tier 2 investigation. So there's an intermediate stage.
And then on top of that, there's a tier 3 handled by tier 3 analysts in the same team.
That's correct, yes.
And the ways into the system, one is to dispute a discrepancy at the end of a trading period.
That's right, yes.
And one is to dispute a transaction correction.
That is right, yes.
You say in your statement that a postmaster can call the branch support centre for assistance with a discrepancy at any stage.
That's correct, yes.
If a postmaster rings the branch support centre not at the end of a trading period, so midway through, regarding a discrepancy, will the branch support centre follow the tier 1 procedure?
They absolutely will. So I think you referred to them earlier today. We have a number of checks and balances that we ask postmasters to do on a daily, weekly and monthly basis. And at any point in those processes, if a postmaster experience or any of their assistants experience a discrepancy in that balancing, they should ring the branch support centre if they're not able to identify the cause themselves.
Could we look, please, at your statement, page 52, paragraph 113. I just want to clarify one point. You say a postmaster wishing to dispute a branch discrepancy must await trading period end to use the that's review or dispute function, but can seek the BSC support earlier than that. Now, just for clarity, if a postmaster raises a discrepancy with the BSC mid-month, so not at the end of the trading period, they can't resolve it at tier 1. Does that go to tier 2 at that point, or do they have to wait for the end of the trading period?
No, if they can't resolve it, generally the branch support centre will say, if you can wait, if you can do a balancing period, so do a full balance, and if it still exists, call us back and they will do the checks again, because it may have been a couple of days. They might have spotted that a transfer hasn't happened correctly between counters. I think what this is referring to is the formalisation of a discrepancy only happens at trading period end, and that's when the postmasters get the opportunity to use the review or dispute function. However, if the daily or weeklies don't balance in between that, they can ring the branch support centre. And if it's significant, and I think just for context, if it's significant and the branch support centre can't identify the cause, they do have the opportunity to push it into the Tier 2 process prior to the trading period end.
Thank you. Can we look, please, at the screens that a postmaster sees? And it's poll 20448-048. I hope you can help us with some of these screenshots that you've provided. So we have on the first page, at the top it says screenshots of trading period end process. It says confirm loss gain, one or more declaration totals do not match the system derived figure. Press continue to see a list of discrepancies for confirmation. So is this the screen that pops up after a balance has been attempted and Horizon is saying there's a discrepancy, but it doesn't say what it is yet?
Yes, so for context, my understanding, and I haven't worked in a branch, but I have seen this process in operation in our model office. If you have more than one counter, you have to do a declaration of each counter. And if any of those counters has a discrepancy, it moves into an account. You then move to the next counter. Again, if that has a discrepancy, it goes into, I think we refer to it as a local suspense account, because it may be if you've not done the a transfer correctly, you might have a surplus in one counter and then a shortfall in the other, and they match off. If when you come to roll your last counter and there is still a balance in your local suspense, that is in effect the start of that discrepancy process, where you will then get given a choice of how you deal with that discrepancy.
Okay, so we get this screen on the next page. We have a confirmed rollover type. Do you wish to roll over into a next trading period or into the next balancing period in this trading period? I don't think that's relevant because it just whether or not you're rolling over or into a trading period or a balancing period.
That's correct.
But if that's correct, thank you. If we turn over then, please. This says outstanding discrepancies of you have outstanding discrepancies of £9.99. Press continue to transfer this to local suspense and continue to roll over. Press to cancel the rollover. So at this point, is what it's saying is you can continue and go to the. You can continue and go to rollover and deal with the discrepancies, or you can come out altogether and effectively you could do the count again or anything like that.
That's correct, yes. This is the individual stock unit rollover.
Yeah. So that's the stock unit. We then turn the page again. So is this the rollover? So once you've done all the stock units, you're then asking to roll over, and it says the branch local suspense amount is minus £9.99, which must be resolved prior to rollover of stock unit AA. Press to settle local suspense to resolve this and continue to roll over. Press to cancel the rollover.
That's correct, yes.
So again, at this point, the discrepancy has been highlighted. The postmaster can go forward to the next screen or can come out and perhaps recheck the cash or do anything like that.
That's correct, yes.
We then get the next one, which is two buttons, make good cash and review dispute called BSC. I want to start with the make good cash, please. And if we look at your statement at page 55, paragraph 121.
Is that going to be replaced on screen? Yeah.
Yes, sorry. you said, during preparations for phase 7 of the inquiry, Post Office identified that before a postmaster elects to settle cash or cheque, there is currently no reminder in Horizon that the postmaster should only use this function if certain that the issue has been caused by the postmaster's or the postmaster's assistant's negligence, carelessness or error. Post Office is investigating if such a reminder could be implemented in the Horizon system before completing the settle to cash process. So, firstly, I take it from this that Post Office's position is that a postmaster should only press the cash button if certain that the discrepancy has been caused by the postmaster's negligence, carelessness or error. Is that correct?
It's correct, but if I can add to that, and they're comfortable putting their own cash in. There could be a situation where they may know the cause, but it may be of a value that they can't put that value in all at once.
Right.
In which case they have a choice to then settle it to review or dispute and discuss the next steps for that.
Yes, I'm not going to get involved with that, but look just at the circumstances in which, because we wouldn't even get to that if the first bit wasn't fulfilled. No. So there has to be that.
Yes.
Has the Post Office? Are we any further on with whether or not there will be a warning on Horizon?
Yes, we are. In two ways. So my preference would be that there is a pop-up box if a postmaster chooses to select Make Good Cash, and at that point they get a reminder. There isn't currently a pop-up box at that point in the trading period end process, and that involves Accenture and Fujitsu. So the timescales for that are much longer. So what I've asked to happen is in the pop-up that you saw there that says you have a balance in your local suspense, do you want to settle or cancel? We're going to expand that pop-up box to have that message in to say, only do this if you're really clear that discrepancy was as a result of a mistake in branch and that you are comfortable putting cash in to balance this. So, and that we can do that ourselves within our IT function, so it's a lot quicker.
Can we, just for clarity, can we go back to the, it's poll 20448048. And just if we go to page 4, please. Are you saying it will be at this stage that it's the message is displayed?
That's correct, yes.
Will that have the other benefit of, because presumably at this stage a postmaster could see the discrepancy, decide to cancel, recount the cash, and then decide to put the money in at that point, without actually pressing the Make Good Cash button?
Absolutely, that would have that impact.
So will the warning will be sufficiently clear to postmasters that they should only correct the cash if they are certain of the circumstances you said?
That's correct, yes.
That can come down, thank you. Will there be, when people do weekly balances and those sorts of matters, will there be equivalent warnings if a discrepancy is ever noticed at when rolling into a trading period, a balancing period or not?
No, I don't believe so, because the processes that we follow, or we ask postmasters to follow as part of their daily cash declarations or weekly balance, wouldn't formalise a discrepancy. So we wouldn't ask them to action it other than to call the branch support centre if they need support to try and resolve it before trading period end.
I want to look now, please, at the other button, which was the review dispute. Could we go to page 49 of your statement, please, paragraph 102? It says here that it was initially, this was what was previously termed settle centrally. It was, you say, 13th May 2021 changed to review dispute, and then in February 2023 the on-screen display was changed from review dispute to review dispute call BSC. Why was the call BSC added?
The process that we ask postmasters to follow following use of review or dispute is to call the branch support centre, because the sooner we are engaged, the sooner we can start to understand the circumstances that discrepancy might have occurred. What we were seeing was a number of postmasters using the review or dispute functionality and not calling the branch support centre and asking for assistance to understand and resolve that discrepancy.
Has this had an effect in terms of did you notice more calls following the change?
We did, but what we've done since then, and I don't know whether you'll come to it later in my witness statement, following use of review or dispute, we relied on the postmaster to call us, so to create the case. And we had an outbound calling process through our postmaster account support team to try and contact that postmaster to discuss the discrepancy. What we have now is an automatic case create, so we have a link between the use of review or dispute directly into Dynamics. So we're able to see straight away where a postmaster's use review or dispute, understand if they've already called the branch support centre, and then immediately start that outbound calling if they haven't. So it allows us to understand to intervene much quicker.
Thank you. I want to look at the network support resolution team, so dealing with Tier 2 and Tier 3 investigations. Can I look, please, at POL 3039629? So I think this is a generic job description for a support advisor. If we turn the page, we see the job title at the bottom, support advisor. And then if we turn the page again, there's principal accountabilities, which are quite generic. And it says you will also have role-specific bolt-on accountabilities. These are, and then over the page, the Tier 2 Resolution Support Advisor bolt-on. It says you will be an expert in post office branch operations, particularly branch accounting processes, and you will be able to use multiple data sources to support postmasters and branches to find the causes of branch discrepancies. If we look at the Tier 3 analyst one as well, please, that's POL 20448081. We've got the Tier 3 analyst. And the second paragraph, the purpose of the role, we see it's a specialist role that requires higher level understanding of post office operations to include extensive knowledge of Horizon and branch accounting transactions. And then over the page, knowledge, experience and skills, if we go down, there's excellent knowledge of Horizon, interpretation of branch logs. Why does the Tier 2 analyst job description not require expressly knowledge of or detailed knowledge of Horizon?
I think the level of review that our Tier 2 investigators, the checklist that they follow, They know where to get the data that they need to get to for that particular bit of the checklist. So knowing in detail the kind of inner workings of Horizon isn't as important than the Tier 3 team, who are reviewing much more complex cases, but also overseeing the quality of all of those Tier 2 cases. That said, many of our Tier 2 support advisors will come from the branch support centre or from internal roles where they are taken through that Horizon training as part of that induction.
If we look at the Tier 2 role, please, if we look at poll 204482229, this is a Postmaster support policy for accounting dispute resolution. And could we look, please, at page 15? If we can go down to show Tier 2, please. So these investigations are full detailed investigations after being assigned by triage. And the second bullet point is undertaking a check of the Horizon system information to ascertain whether Horizon was a contributory factor to the discrepancy. Bearing in mind the level of expertise with Horizon you just discussed for Tier 2 analysts, what does that check actually involve?
It involves a number of things. So we talked about the branch impacting problem process that IT own. We have knowledge articles for all of the known branch impacting problems and screenshots of how those branch impacting problems might impact a branch. So one of the first things we do is check that the discrepancy hasn't, or the branch hasn't exhibited any of those branch impacting problems. We look at calls into the IT support desk as well as the branch support centre to understand if the branch has logged any issues with their either hardware or software from a Horizon perspective. And then we recalculate a cash flow. So we take the opening balance from a set period, and that's the period under review for the discrepancy. We, through Horace and Credence, that are the databases that hold the Horizon transaction data, we look at all the input deposits and withdrawals and all of the cash flows through that branch and recreate almost a closing balance. And we check that that is actually the closing balance that Horizon's showing us. So we try and recreate that balance to understand whether we've got missing transactions that don't flow through to the bottom line from Horizon by taking that data out and recalculating it.
I wanted, you just mentioned the branch impacting problems. I think that's you said it's maintained by the IT team within Post Office.
That's right, yes.
So is it that the IT team draft the copy that goes into the branch impacting problem database for your team to read when doing investigations?
Yes, so they create knowledge articles and they're the subject matter experts, so they will create the knowledge articles, but a member of my team will review them to make sure they can be easily understood and they reflect the actual issue before they're published on the knowledge base that can be used by a number of different teams.
Is there so there is some sort of assurance checking on that, but is there any checks to be done? So at Tier 3, so if Tier 2 can't resolve a matter, it goes to Tier 3 and they say, well, actually, this is a known problem in the branch impacting problem. Is there feedback to the IT team to change the way the branch impacting problem database is worded so that the Tier 2 team can understand it?
Yes, that absolutely would be.
But that, you say, there absolutely would be. Does that mean it hasn't happened today?
It's unusual.
Are Fujitsu involved at all in the Tier 2 process?
No, they're not. Other than requesting ARC data where required.
Forgive me, sorry, I had a reference. If you could go to page 59, please. Sorry, page 60, my apologies. So you're here talking about after this Tier 2 process, and you say, if there are no suspected issues, the investigation will continue, and that might lead to a conclusion that Horizon was not a contributory factor in the discrepancy. However, if the data suggests that there could be an issue, the IT team would do further analysis. Is it fair to say then that the team, when resolving this, are, so once the investigation's been done, if they haven't found a problem or haven't identified a problem, they are still content to rely on the data produced by Horizon to satisfy themselves that there has been a loss to post office?
I think the data that sits from Horizon in Horace and Credence is the start of that investigation, but the investigation looks at a whole raft of other things. So it looks at the operational strength of that branch. Have they been doing daily cash decks? Have they been doing weekly balances? It looks at outstanding transaction corrections. It may look to see if all of the transaction acknowledgements have been processed. So it's part of a wider review that is then used to come to a fair outcome and discuss that with the postmaster.
If I could come down, thank you. Could we look please at poll 20448072? The document's titled Escalation Process on the left. On the right, the process summary says, if a discrepancy has been investigated, this process shows how it can be escalated if the postmaster does not agree with the decision or if the loss cannot be established. And then, if we go to page 2, please. So the weekly case review will assess the case and based on the success rate value will make the decision to escalate the case to Tier 3 or clear the account. What is the success rate value?
I think what that's referring to is the fact that there is a cost both in resource and time to escalating, and if we believe that actually as a result of that escalation it won't change the outcome of a case, then we might choose to write that off rather than take a postmaster through a further process that we might not get a different outcome. So we do have the opportunity, subject to value limits, and also the history of that branch and potentially previous write-offs, just to take that and on that occasion not progress with the discrepancy but simply write it off.
But just so I'm clear, if the postmaster's disputing it and wants to go to Tier 3, it's not the case that, or is it the case that it could be refused to be escalated but not written off?
I don't think that's the case. I think if a postmaster's escalating it, we will always review the case. We always review all cases from a Tier 3 perspective to make sure that that case has been carried out consistently and transparently. Once we've reviewed that, we then make a decision on the next steps for that case.
So this escalation policy is, in essence, it's if the sub-postmaster disputes it, it's going to be escalated. But this is, should it be written off rather than be escalated?
Yes. It will go for a review.
Please, could we look at page 63, paragraph 141 of your statement? You refer to the here if a postmaster it's 140, my apologies. You say if a postmaster disagrees with the outcome of a tier 3 review, then the postmaster can challenge the decision by email or phone call to their analyst, who will present the case to the dispute resolution committee for review. And at 141, you say if a postmaster disagrees with the outcome of the dispute resolution committee, there is currently no further or independent review forum. Post Office is currently considering the use of an independent panel as part of reviewing its model for recovering shortfalls outlined in paragraphs 35 and 36 above. Has there been any progress with that review in terms of whether there will be an independent review of the dispute resolution process at any point?
I think the review is currently underway, so a working group has been established and we are looking at all of the things that need to be true as part of that potential recovery process. And an independent review or a body that has independent people, or maybe postmasters or former postmasters, whether that should be created to review these, yes.
We're going to come to in a moment, that can come down for the time being, thank you. We're going to come to in a moment civil recoveries. At the minute, your evidence is that Post Office isn't pursuing civil proceedings to recover discrepancies from postmasters. The inclusion of an independent review, or whether that's the review as to whether that's going to happen, will that be complete before a decision is made on whether or not Post Office pursues civil litigation in future against postmasters?
It has to be part of that process, I believe.
Part of the same process. Thank you. The NFSP have suggested a 3-stage test for dispute resolution. The first is to ask if the discrepancies caused by Horizon. The second, I may be paraphrasing slightly, but the second is it a mistake by the postmaster or assistant? And only then finally ask, have Post Office's assets been used in an unintended manner? What's your view on that as a framework for dispute resolution?
I don't think that's dissimilar to the framework that we operate in now. Part of the review process is to understand if Horizon has contributed. Then we talk to the postmaster to understand the circumstances, and only then, with the cooperation of the postmaster, we look to resolution of that discrepancy. So I don't think we're disagreeing there at all.
I just want to briefly look at another point on types of escalation, please. It's POL 20447 This document is titled Identifying Postmaster Support Needs on the left, but the process summary says during an investigation the advisor may behave, I think that should be, the advisor may have a suspicion that financial crime may have occurred. This is the process for referring any such suspicions to the Central Investigations Unit. So there's a bit of a mismatch between the process name and what the process describes. what instructions are there in place to an investigator in circumstances where they suspect that there is financial crime? What instructions are there in place for what the investigator says to the postmaster before referring it to the Central Investigation Unit?
So I think the initial triage and the data collection and analysis would provide evidence that there may be in misappropriation or financial crime. At that point, the triage form would be completed and it would be referred to the A&CI team. I don't think at that point we would have had a conversation with the postmaster unless the postmaster has spoken to us and suggested that one of their colleagues may have been involved in the discrepancy.
I see. So this is done purely at triage, and then it's off to another department.
Absolutely.
We'll deal with it from there. That document can come down. Thank you. Please can we look at page 61 of your statement, paragraph 133. Just looking at the time taken for investigations. You say that the NSRT aims to complete Tier 2 investigation within 20 working days. I'm going to say that some take longer. If we look, please, at POL 48229, page 16. Oh, sorry, it's the accounting dispute resolution document again. Page 16, please. And if we go to the bottom, please. Here it says that the Tier 2 investigation is to aim to investigate within 10 working days. Has this been overtaken now when it's a 20 working day limit based on your evidence?
I think if you look at the total time, so all of Tier 2 investigations will be quality assessed by either a team manager or a Tier 3 analyst, and that's part of the process. So I think 20 days is the end-to-end ambition for discrepancy reviews.
Could we look, please, at POL 2044821? This is a paper that you authored on the 31st of January 2024 for the group executive report. If we look at page 3, paragraph 9, please. Network support and resolution case backlog. The additional network support resource has made good progress in reducing the number of outstanding discrepancy cases, with period 9 ending at 588, the lowest for 12 months. The number of cases awaiting triage has also reduced to just over 1,200, the target being to have no case older than the 12-week process. Is there still an issue with the backlog of cases?
I think the backlog is building again, so it's higher than it was then. I think that's caused by a couple of things. So the auto case create that I described earlier is really important in identifying those cases a lot quicker. So the cases are getting through the system into that Tier 2 world a lot quicker. And I'd like to think that postmasters are also becoming more aware of their option to review or dispute, and therefore using that button more and asking for help. I guess what comes with that is from a resource perspective, there's a lag and we need to understand how we address that.
What, in terms of there's a backlog, what impact is that having on the time it takes to complete investigations?
The backlog was historic discrepancies when I first joined. So it wasn't necessarily impacting the new discrepancies that we were pushing through the new process and being able to resolve where we could. These were a mixture of discrepancies that it was right to take more than 20 days, because what we shouldn't do is rush discrepancies and come to an incorrect conclusion. So it's right that some do take longer than 20 days, but some were also very historic. And my ambition was to, and I asked for additional resource to clear those, and we are getting through and resolving those as we speak.
Were you given the resource?
Yes, I was.
So now if someone has a case come in to tier 2, do they have a reasonable expectation? No, that's the wrong thing. So is it likely that it will be resolved within 20 working days?
We're not at the 70%, which is our ambition, but we're not far off. But I guess back to my first point, it's really important that we don't try and chase a service level agreement at the detriment of that investigation and the outcome for the postmaster.
So that's probably a good time to take our break. We're making good progress. I don't envisage any difficulty finishing.
Fine. Resumption time this afternoon, Mr. Stephen?
Well, I'll probably get it wrong again. Should we say 25 past? Oh, 25 to, sorry. I just listened to what I heard. Misheard, I should say, to my right. 25 to, please.
25 to 4.
Yeah.
Fine.
Thank you. So can you see and hear us?
Thank you.
I'll continue and look now at the Postmaster Account Support Team. Could we have page 48 of your statement, please? Subparagraph E. You say the PAST, which is the Postmaster Account Support Team, which is responsible for initiating contact with postmasters who have escalated disputes using the review or dispute function, but have not contacted the BSC, and following investigation by the BSC and/or NSRT for arranging repayment plans and write-offs where appropriate with postmasters. Just a point of clarification, should the "and" after BSC be "or"? So the team is responsible for A, contacting postmasters who haven't escalated disputes to the BSC but use the review or dispute function, and separately they're also tasked with initiating contact with people who, following an investigation, it's been found there's a discrepancy.
No, it's and or, because if following a conversation with the BSC, we've been able to resolve the discrepancy at the Tier 1 stage, and the postmaster then says, oh yes, I understand, how do I settle? They may then close the case and point them in the direction of the PAST team because they've resolved the discrepancy, and the postmaster then wants to understand how to resolve that.
Okay, so and or.
So and or is the right, yes.
Okay. I can come down, thank you. Why is it that the Postmaster Account Support Team calls the sub-postmaster if the sub-poster themselves haven't called the BSC, rather than the BSC or Network Support Resolution Team?
So the BSC doesn't operate an outbound call facility, and that is something that we are going to look at, because it may be that they are better placed, given that the knowledge they have of that Tier 1 checklist, to do that. So it's part of an ongoing review. I think where a branch doesn't call following use of review and dispute, it's really important that we do get the details from the postmaster or their colleagues about that discrepancy, and therefore currently the Postmaster Account Support Team that take that role in trying to contact the postmasters.
Could we look, please, at poll 20448322? So this is described in your witness statement as a January 2023 audit report. Could we look, please, at page 3? And if we go to the bottom, this is an executive summary partway through. We see this is authored by you. And back to the top, please. It says the increase in the use of the review and dispute button by postmasters, an increase of 60% year on year, is affecting the workload of the teams and is having an impact on their ability to respond and resolve within the desired 10-day time frame. Year to date, at period 8, 76% of cases are completed within 10 days. You then say later on, whilst the service and support teams are adhering to the redesign process and control framework and closing 93% of cases, and not all of which are resolved, achievement of their desired 10-day investigation completion timeframe and ability to recover established losses is being hindered by postmaster behaviour and a lack of business appetite to recover losses. What do you mean by hindered by postmaster behaviour?
Can I just, correct something? The management comment was written by myself. The executive summary would have been the summary created from the internal audit team.
Right. So this isn't your work?
That's their observations following the internal audit, yes, and then my response is underneath in the management comment.
So you're not speaking to these. Do you not agree with that terminology?
No, I think hindered is probably a harsh word. I think the inability to contact postmasters to discuss the circumstances that the discrepancy might have arisen in does hinder the investigation process. And that's why we've looked at the auto case create and starting to talk to postmasters a lot sooner.
Could we please look at poll 20448-295? Now, I don't propose to bring up the statement on the screen, but for you it's paragraph 123, which is page, 123A, so page 57. You say that the support team we were discussing will make an outbound call to the postmaster and send them a letter and statement of their account. And this is in circumstances where a postmaster has pressed the review and dispute button but not called the BSC. And you say the call script, and you exhibit them, the call script being here. It says this, when we look at this document, it says this script is for outbound calls to postmasters who have settled a negative discrepancy or several discrepancies that result in a negative amount at branch trading. So is this call script used for people, for postmasters who haven't contacted to the BSC as well? So the postmaster presses the review and dispute button, they don't call the BSC, the postmaster account support team calls them, and your statement suggests this is the script that's used. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Right. If we look, please, at page 2, and if we go down, please, to main conversation, it says, main conversation, we need to find out if the postmaster person in charge is aware of the reasons for the discrepancies. Do you understand the reasons for these discrepancies? And then the person's name. 1, if they need more information, talk through their account entries with them, giving as much information and detail as you can. 2, if they understand the reason for the discrepancy, I'm glad you understand what happened here, Mr. So-and-so. We just want to make sure that you're aware, comfortable with the reason for the discrepancy, and offer our support if not. What will happen next is that we'll send you a letter with a statement next week so you can see it all for yourself. Give us a call back if you have any questions when you receive it. Now, do you think this is sufficient in the script in directing people for the circumstances in which a postmaster should be asked by Post Office to settle a discrepancy?
I think on review, no, and I think this needs to be included in the work we're doing to give postmasters greater clarity on what their options are and how we will support them with any discrepancy that they may experience as part of their trading period end or outside of that. So I think we definitely have work to do on being clearer.
So at the minute this document isn't being reviewed for the issues we discussed before about making it clear the circumstances in which Post Office thinks as postmaster should accept a discrepancy, but your evidence is that you will review this.
Absolutely, yes.
And similar scripts with similar teams.
Absolutely.
You also, in the part of your statement I went to, you also referred to a letter, please, a letter that's sent out. Could I look at that? It's poll 20448 448197. So I think this is an example of the initial letter that's sent out by the team. Over the page, please. We have accepting the discrepancy. If, however, you understand and accept the discrepancy, please contact my team on, and it goes on from there. Again, is this something that is being reviewed by Post Office at the moment?
Absolutely. So discrepancy letter 1 and then the second follow-up have had a complete overhaul. They've been signed off and I believe are currently with Accenture, because these are auto-created as part of our IT systems. So we have to go through Accenture to get them updated and changed. But yes, I appreciate that these aren't as clear or as helpful as they should be, and the new ones are much more helpful, give more information around the reasons and the different categories, and also where to go for support for each of those.
I asked this question this morning. Why is it that these letters and scripts aren't explicitly clear on what Post Office expects of postmasters?
So I can't talk about historically. I think the work that myself and my team have done to date have probably focused on the bigger initiatives that will improve support to postmasters in order to try and stop discrepancies happening. I think as part of my preparation for this inquiry, looking at these letters, the knowledge articles, the pop-up box that we talked about earlier, it became clear to me that we don't do a good job in talking to postmasters about the circumstances of a discrepancy and what support we have available and how we help them. And as part of that, we're looking at all of these documents and what's available via the training. I think Ms Marshall talked earlier, to give better clarity. It's part of our ongoing review and continuous improvement that we should never stop doing.
I want to look at another part of this letter which you yourself in your witness statement raise. Sir, for you, we don't need to go there. It's page 81, paragraph 198, if you wish to review it. Can we look at page 3 of the document on screen? So this is appears to be a statement of account. It says it's not a demand for payment at the top, and it gives 4 different types of discrepancy, which I think you acknowledge in your witness statement. These type, the classification and type of discrepancy isn't explained to a postmaster receiving this letter.
That's right, yes.
And in broad terms, an outstanding discrepancy is a discrepancy that the postmaster has previously received a letter about.
That's right.
A new discrepancy is a brand new one that's arisen first letter. A previously agreed discrepancy is where the postmaster has agreed that that is a discrepancy for which they are responsible.
That's right, yes.
And a disputed discrepancy is where there's an ongoing investigation.
Or the investigation's been completed and the postmaster has disputed it.
And we see at the bottom there's a statement total which says 800, I can't get my numbers today, £88.13. So it doesn't distinguish, the total doesn't distinguish between different types of discrepancies. But am I right in saying that in Post Office's view, the only one that it would seek for postmasters to pay back is the previously agreed discrepancy?
That's right, yes.
Now, in your statement, you referred to a review, that this was under review, and you, just in your evidence earlier, said this is now with Accenture. Can you help us with how this has been corrected in the new form of the letter?
Absolutely. So the descriptions that you've just talked about for each of those 4 categories will be written at the side of those. So that will help explain what we mean by each of those. The statement total will be removed because you're right. It shouldn't be on there. It bears no reference to the individual discrepancy categories. And actually, if we scroll up, so we can see the top, we've had feedback previously from, I believe, the NFSP, but a number of postmaster forums that whilst we say this is not a demand for payment, when you open a letter and see demand for payment, that is quite alarming. So what we're also doing is removing that statement from this account.
So it will no longer say at all this is not a demand for payment.
And we'll talk to what it is in the front covering letters, which we've just talked about.
So the front covering letter, will that explain that it isn't a demand for payment?
It will absolutely explain that.
That can come down, thank you. I want to move to civil recovery, please. Could we look at page 9 of your witness statement, paragraph 21? You say that Post Office does not currently have a team or any individuals taking civil enforcement action against postmasters to recover shortfalls shown by Horizon, and for the avoidance of doubt, at present, no civil enforcement action relating to any shortfalls is being carried out against sub-postmasters. When was that decision taken?
My understanding it was sometime around 2018-19, but I've had to rely on that fact from other people.
Could we look, please, at page 24 of your statement? Sorry, I've got an incorrect reference there. It might be paragraph 24, my apologies. Yeah, sorry, paragraph 24. It's page 10. You're answering a question about the number of civil claims pursued by Post Office, and you say you've I think completed this with assistance of people from the Post Office Remediation Unit. You say, I understand owing to the incompleteness of records, changes over the years to relevant teams involved in civil enforcement activity, and the fact that many of those individuals no longer work at Post Office, those informing me have been unable to establish and assure the sources, completeness and accuracy of this data. And you go on to say that the data that has been identified indicates that Post Office was successful in obtaining civil remedies against postmasters in fewer than 100 instances since the Rule 9 start date. What degree of confidence can you put in that figure of fewer than 100?
That information was given to me, provided to me by the remediation team, so I have no accountability for any of those existing civil remedies. So I have to take it on the authority through which it was provided to me.
Presumably then you're not able to speak to why the data is in such a way that it can only be said that fewer than 100 instances have been pursued. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the Rule 9 start date was, so I've got some idea of the period?
Yes, I'll just so I don't get it wrong, I'll just double check the Rule 9. it was defined as since Post Office ceased carrying out prosecutions due to concerns with the Horizon system.
So approximately early as 2013, maybe a little bit later.
Yeah.
Fine.
That can come down, thank you for the time being. Who would be best placed to provide that information then if we wanted to?
My understanding is there has been a witness statement to confirm that.
Can we look please to the future status of civil proceedings? Poll 20448362. This is described as loss recovery update. It's exhibited to your statement. Can you assist for what purpose this document was created?
This document was created by our interim CEO to talk to SEG about our current position on loss recovery.
So if we turn please to page 4, options and recommendations, we see there's several options listed. At the top, maintain current position, and if we go down to 4 please, seek recovery of established losses via a civil means deduction from remuneration following an agreed defined process with an external review board that will take final recovery decision, and the recommendation there is yes. Is that still a current recommendation?
I think the recommendation was more around proceeding to understand what options we would have to seek recovery, what circumstances we would use those options, and as a result of that, we've set up a working group to review just that. This isn't necessarily a carte blanche to go ahead and say, right, seek recovery. This is a signal of an intent that we need to do more work on.
Could we look please at poll 20460458? So this is strategic executive group report. I think earlier in your evidence you mentioned SEG. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. We see you are the author, 20th of May 2024. The title is Postmaster Losses Overview / Branch Discrepancies. Was this the proposal that's led to the working group, or was this a paper that led to a proposal to lead to the working group?
This was an earlier paper, so the discussion about the extent of losses on our profit and loss account and how we address those losses has been ongoing since I joined, and this was a paper that I wrote to move that understanding and that discussion on. It wasn't necessarily what drove the conversation that paper was written for at a later SEG.
Could we go down, please, to page 2? And down to paragraph 11, please. It says the table below summarises the key drivers of loss what additional activity is required to improve prevention of the loss, and also recommendations on whether Post Office should start recovery activity on any of these losses. And we see lost driver, current at the top, current postmaster discrepancies post April 21. There's recommendations for prevention, and then we have recommendations for recovery. Is that referring to civil recovery, as in issuing civil proceedings?
Not necessarily, no. It was that we have, I guess, a number of options to seek recovery from postmasters. So again, that was looking at those options by which we would recover other than voluntarily.
What would so that would include attachment of earnings, would it?
Yes, with an auto deduction from REM, if that was one of the options that we choose to.
So it's recovery, but not necessarily civil proceedings, but some form of non-voluntary recovery from the postmaster.
Absolutely, and having options to do that.
If we can zoom in on that recommendation for recovery part, it says the first bullet point: do not start recovery until. I mean that doesn't actually assist. I don't think. I think leave it zoomed out, please, if we can. It says do not start recovery until clarified horizon data used in discrepancy review process is robust. Could you just expand on what you meant by that?
I can't remember the timing of it, and whether it was before or after the letter, but obviously as we've seen the inquiry progress, there was, and based on conversations that were ongoing with certain criminal proceedings that I think we've talked about, as one of the options being civil recovery, I think we'd need to assure ourselves and anybody else that was involved in that as to the reliability of the data in Horizon. So it wasn't just an internal assurance, it was to be able to go to external bodies and go, no, we can rely on that data and should.
When it says clarified Horizon data used in discrepancy review process is robust, what sort of assurance would Post Office need on that before it commences civil recovery in future, or indeed any non-voluntary recovery?
In my opinion, and I know this has been looked at, we need to make sure we've got external expert assurance as to that data. Given where we've been and all of the conversations we've had as part of the inquiry, I think it would be important to get some external expert assurance for everyone.
Could we look, please, at poll 20448520? So this describes a SEG tactical meeting on the 17th of July 2024. Does that have any special meaning that it's a tactical meeting?
I think it was just the different types of strategic executive group meeting. I think they had strategic ones and tactical ones. But
so the paper we just saw before, that was dated May 2024. Was that too old to be considered at this meeting in 17th of July 2024?
I can't recall, but this would have been an update on that position with a view to, I think that was the May paper was quite a rounded paper talking about discrepancies, how they arise, trying to get all of SCG to a level of understanding so that they're making more informed decisions when we come with proposals and recommendations. And I think from recollection, although I can't recall the paper that went with this, that would have been a more detailed next steps versus a teaching session.
we see you're not in the present line at the very top, but if we just scroll down slightly, when it comes to branch discrepancies, you join the meeting. And if we go, please, we don't need to read all of it, but if we go to page 2, there's a discussion about recovering discrepancies, and towards the bottom of the page it says SEG discussed a number of other alternatives, including some form of losses pool to which all postmasters contributed and from which repayments would be made. Could you just describe what that proposal was?
So that was something suggested by one of our legal team, and
do you know who in the legal team?
Neil Wallace. So I think his opinion, and again, this is something that we need to look at all options, was to, if we had a budget for losses and that budget wasn't achieved during any one year, then however much we were short of, or how the benefit we created from not spending all that money on losses would go back to postmasters, to try and encourage postmasters to run operationally kind of robust branches and seek support for discrepancies when they first saw them. And as a result of that, our cost in our profit and loss account would be less, which means ultimately we'd be able to give more remuneration to all our postmasters.
This reads like the proposal is to say postmasters contribute to a general pool to make up for losses or discrepancies in Horizon.
That's not my understanding, but again, this will form part of the working group conversations and looking at what options and alternatives we have.
Is this losses pool a matter that is actually being still sorry, let me start that again. Is the losses pool suggestion under active consideration still?
I couldn't say for certain because I've not been involved in those working groups over the last month or so. So I don't know.
And in summary terms, can you assist at all where the working groups got to with next steps in terms of civil recoveries?
I can't know. Sorry, I've not been involved. I will pick up my involvement again over the next couple of weeks.
So that's all the questions I have. I'll look around the room. There's questions from Howe & Co and NFSP.
Right.
Hello, Ms Park. I have some questions for you. Simon Oldnall gave evidence yesterday, and Tracy Marshall this afternoon gave evidence and confirmed that it's Post Office's position that it does not recover losses except where a postmaster agrees the reasons for the shortfall. Now, witnesses have said that's Post Office's position. Do you accept that?
Absolutely, yes.
And paragraph 15 of your statement, you set out 12 postmaster policies. I think you call them a suite of policies, which you say set out the guidelines of how postmasters are supported and their assistance across a number of key areas by
That's
Post
right,
Office. And it sets out minimum operating standards for Post Office. And are you familiar with these policies, Ms Park?
I'm familiar with all of the policies in general, but more familiar with the ones that sit in my area.
Okay. Could we then go very quickly to a section of a policy that Mr Steen took Mr Reid to last week, and it's POL 00448000. This is the Postmaster Account Support Policy, and it's page 8 of 25, section 2.5 of the risk. It's just coming up on the screen now. So page 8, please. Just as you, so we can see the second paragraph there, and it says the Post Office can recover losses from a postmaster when such losses are caused through negligence, carelessness or error, and Post Office has carried out a reasonable and fair investigation as set out in the Postmaster Accounting Dispute Resolution Policy. And just pausing there, Mr. Stevens took you to that policy earlier on this afternoon, just before 3 o'clock. And this is the Tier 2 investigation, isn't it? And the Tier 3 investigation.
That's the reasonable and fair investigation that piece refers to.
And in Tier 2, one of 9 actions that can be taken within an investigation is to undertake a check on the Horizon system information to ascertain whether Horizon was a contributory factor in the discrepancy. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And Tier 3 sets out 5 contractual thresholds, and one of those 5 is that the Horizon system information has been checked to ascertain whether the Horizon system was a contributory factor to the discrepancy. So part of the investigation, but there is an investigation into a shortfall.
That's correct, yes.
So going back to the text of the policy, so Post Office can recover the losses, carry out a reasonable investigation as set out in the other policy, the resolution policy, as to the cause and reason for the loss, and going over the page, whether it was properly attributed to the postmaster, and then postmasters are also responsible for losses caused by their assistants. So we can take that off the screen now, thank you. So do you accept, in principle, there is scope within the policy, this policy, for recovery based on Horizon shortfall?
I think that if we're talking about a shortfall, it will be linked that the way a shortfall is identified is by doing a full count of cash and cash equivalents in a branch and comparing that to Horizon data. So if we are, or what Horizon expects the value to be in that branch. So I think if we're talking about shortfalls, they will all be linked back to Horizon because that's the operating system that we check back to.
Okay, so you do accept, I think, is your answer, that that there can be recovery based on a Horizon shortfall under the policy?
Yes.
And the concern that our clients have, and we represent some current sub-postmasters as well as many sub-postmasters who were affected by the scandal, and their concern is, and we put this to Ms Marshall earlier, is that the Post Office's policies do not reflect Post Office expressed intent and the evidence that the witnesses have given in this inquiry. If it's the position that Post Office does not recover Horizon shortfall losses, except for when a sub-postmaster agrees to repay those losses and starts to repay, why doesn't the policy say that? The policy seems to say something completely different and opposite.
I think my understanding that the policies, as well as the contract, should include the opportunity such that if the circumstances are shown that the shortfall is a result of negligence, carelessness or error, and we do have situations where actually Horizon data isn't involved, where we've spoken to the postmaster and, for example, a safe has been left open, or they haven't been doing regular cash decks and couldn't identify and haven't been running their branches in an operationally, I guess, sound way, where cash has fallen into the bin. So we should have that opportunity in our policies and contracts such that when we're confident that all of the support is in place and we're doing all of the things we should be doing, we're doing the right training, the right interventions, we should have that opportunity. And therefore, I do believe it's right to have it in there, but I understand why at the moment we're not necessarily fulfilling that opportunity to its full extent.
Of course, yes. If someone leaves the safe open and leaves the door open and goes out for the day, perhaps that's different. But the position that the Post Office has accepted in this inquiry is that post offices do not recover shortfalls unless the postmaster agrees with the reasons for the shortfalls. That's not what is said in the policy. Do you accept that the policy should reflect Post Office's position, the position I've just articulated? And you can say something about other extraneous factors like leaving safe doors open and going out for the day. But you're not being clear in the policy.
I think we could be more overt with our current position in the policy and in some of the communications that we have with postmasters during the investigation process, you're right.
And our position is that the policy should be reviewed. Do you accept that it should be reviewed?
Absolutely.
And changed?
We will take that, definitely.
And will sub-postmasters be entitled to comment on the postmaster account support policy and accounting dispute resolution policies before they're finalised?
I think we referred to that, Ms Marshall referred to that earlier, so absolutely.
Super. So, well, that's, I've now got some, one other line of questioning for you. We asked Ms Marshall this morning about Mr Patterson's letter to Mr Reid, dated the 17th of May 2024. Are you familiar with that letter?
I am, yes.
It's well known to the inquiry now. And it's worth saying that it says in the second paragraph, to be clear, Fujitsu will not support the Post Office to act against sub-postmasters. We will not provide support for any enforcement actions taken by Post Office against sub-postmasters, whether civil, criminal, for alleged shortfalls, fraud or false accounting. Now, I should say at this stage, before I ask you a question, that I've been, I've looked at the fifth corporate statement of Mr Patterson, and the reference, we don't need to call it up for the inquiry, is WITN 06650500, and at paragraphs 66 and 67 of that statement, Mr Patterson states that Fujitsu does continue, when contractually bound to do so, to provide ARQ data, but Fujitsu has sought to put in place processes to ensure that any ARQ data it provides is not used in enforcement action against postmasters. And one of the things that Fujitsu is seeking to do is require Post Office to confirm, when requesting ARQ data, whether it's to be used for redress of sub-postmasters or investigation or into or actions against a postmaster or member of a branch staff. So with that caveat, it's right, isn't it, that Fujitsu are not going to cooperate by assisting or do not intend to cooperate to assist Post Office in taking any sort of enforcement action against postmasters. Do you accept that?
I accept that that's the letter, but...
Sir, I see that you're...
Well, the letter speaks for itself, and I think this witness is incapable of giving an answer other than the letter speaks for itself.
Indeed. I'll move on. I just wanted to clarify that point with her. My question to you is, how can the Post Office fully investigate without this assistance, without this data?
So the data as it exists at the moment and sits in Horace and Credence, and that's the data we use to investigate. I find it quite alarming that the provider of an EPOS operating system is not assured of the reliability of the data that is in that system, but we don't need Fujitsu's cooperation because the data exists in our systems, and that we use that data as part of the investigation.
My final question for you then is Fujitsu doesn't consider that the Horizon system should be used to evidence shortfalls. Do you accept that that is right? The Horizon system should not be used to support recovery action against sub-postmasters?
I don't accept that, but I understand we should seek to do some external assurance on that. And I find it quite confusing that that data could be used for remediation, but not to support a review of how a discrepancy might have arisen.
Well, I put this to Ms Marshall. The confusion shouldn't really be confusion. It's because of the great scandal that's taken place, isn't it? Because of what's happened in the past and how Post Office have used Horizon data to oppress sub-postmasters. That's why things have changed.
And things have changed. So my opinion is that how we support and review discrepancies with postmasters now is not the same as how we did in the past, which was awful. So I don't see the data being called into question because of the processes that we follow to assure ourselves. But I do understand, I think we'd get that external assurance would help everyone in this conversation.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask if I have any more questions for you. No, I haven't. That's
Thank
all
you.
I have, sir.
Yeah. Miss Ward?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Ms.
Hello.
Park. We have this perennial issue of just being able to see each other. Thank you. It's just the location of the desks. Just want to ask you a couple of questions to check in with some of the matters you raise in your witness statement. And I'm asking questions on behalf of the NFSP. Sorry, I should have said that at the beginning. I'm not going to call up these documents. I'm just going to make some general summaries and ask you some questions. At paragraph 17 of your witness statement, you say in relation to the 12 postmaster policies, prior to submission to ARC, that's the Audit and Risk Committee, each policy is reviewed and agreed with the National Federation of Postmasters, NFSP, with feedback also obtained from the Postmaster Experience Director, who is a serving postmaster working within the Post Office. One of Post Office's postmaster non-executive directors will also approve new policies as a core member of ARC. In his witness statement, I'm not calling it up, but for the record, for the inquiry's record, WITN 0037000100, Callum Greenhow of the NFSP says at paragraph 326 that the NFSP raised concerns about the audit reporting script, suggested an alternative script. He also says that the NFSP suggested a checklist for the postmaster and the officer in charge to follow, given the potential stressful situation that may be being dealt with at the time. But he says these suggestions were rejected by the Post Office. So the first question I wanted to ask you was, would you agree that the policies you've been referring to are therefore reviewed by the NFSP, but are not always agreed in full by them, and that changes proposed by the NFSP are not always taken on board?
I couldn't comment on that because that's not part of the process that I'm accountable for.
Okay. It might be the following question you can't answer either, and that's fine, just say if you can't. But in that paragraph 17 of your witness statement, where you are setting all of this out, you list 3 potential sources of postmaster feedback on Post Office policies. That's the Postmaster Experience Director, the Postmaster Non-Executive Director, and the NFSP. So if we think about an example, so you've got 3 different sources of feedback and approval. Let's say, for example, the Postmaster Experience Director agrees with the policy that's being brought forward, but the NFSP and the Postmaster Non-Executive Directors don't agree in full with it. Is it the case that the agreement of the Postmaster Experience Director allows the Post Office to say they've received postmaster feedback and approve the policy?
Again, because I'm not accountable for that review process, I'm sorry, I can't comment.
Okay. I think just picking up on that, this may also not be, just you can tell me if it's not, but that would you agree that what I've just described actually suggests that the Post Office effectively has a number of bites at the cherry to get the answer it needs on approval?
Again, I can't comment.
Okay. At paragraph 80 and 81 of your witness statement, you discuss the Operational Excellence Project. Is that something that you are familiar with?
That's something I am familiar with, yes.
And you say the objective of the policy is to review and improve the operational support provided to postmasters during each stage of their journey with the Post Office.
Absolutely.
And you have a number of sub-paragraphs in that, but sub-paragraph 81D is about operational excellence incentive to encourage improvements in back-office processes in sub-post office, and you talk about a financial incentive for the sub-postmaster meeting targets on, for example, daily cash declarations and completing monthly trading within a certain period. And that financial incentive is a payment of 5% of the postmaster's total variable remuneration for the month. Now, I wanted to ask if you were aware that the NFSP did not agree that 5% of a postmaster's total variable remuneration was sufficient.
So, whilst I have responsibility for the overall operational excellence programme, postmaster remuneration isn't part of my accountabilities, and that sits with a member of the retail leadership team.
So you're not aware specifically of the NFSP. However, I think you said earlier you were an accountant, if that's correct. So
yes.
Perhaps you might be able to comment on my follow-up questions. Would you agree that it is not sufficient when postmasters, 5% of this remuneration is not sufficient when postmasters across the UK report in the NFSP surveys and the postmaster surveys, or the Post Office surveys and the YouGov survey for this inquiry, that low remuneration is the biggest issue they face, and that 5% of not very much is, in fact, not very much?
I understand the feedback about low remuneration, absolutely. With relation to the operational excellence incentive, my understanding was that 5% wasn't intended to cover the full costs of all of those back office processes. My understanding is there's an element of the admin process fed into each of the individual REM payments for the products. And this was simply a way to encourage postmasters to complete the back office processes that we asked them to do as part of the contract and running their branches. But I understand the feedback about the REM in general. Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Is that it, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir, that is it.
Well, then, thank you very much, Ms. Park, for making a witness statement on behalf of the Post Office, which is very detailed. And thank you very much for expanding upon it in your oral evidence this afternoon. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
Right, we'll resume again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you.